All right. Okay. Good, good, good. It's a very quiet track. All right. Hey, Gander. Hey, Proto. Hey, Jeff. Yep, the saltiest run back. Oh, boy. All right. Andrew, who's ready for eye emojis of Dreadgasm? I am. Always. Hey, Sammy. Mario All-Stars, like all the ones that are in there. Oh, man. I'm practically going to be doing that at some point. Why are you retracting all these messages? Come on, man. Because for me, I've only played through, at least on the stream, Mario 1. I'm not sure if I want to do the Lost World or Lost Levels, whatever it is. But we still have Mario 2, 3, Land, 1, 2, 3, the Wario games, Mario World, Yoshi's Island, Mario 64, Sunshine, Galaxy 1 and 2, and Odyssey. Just a few. We have a few left. And there's probably more too, but, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. All right. Yep, Nintendo stream. I already streamed Pokemon, and there's people in my YouTube chat that are just straight up assuming that I'm a Pokemon streamer now, apparently, after streaming one Pokemon game. So they're asking me, like every other stream, like, hey, when's Gen 2 Pokemon? Like, bruh. I don't just play Pokemon games. Oh boy. Hello, Prism. Reasonable hour in Japan. All right. It's always a reasonable hour for the Eye of Judgment. There is no hour of the day that the Eye of Judgment is not good for. Okay, so Eye of Judgment card battle game, part 2 of this. So last time we did like an hour and a half of just the tutorial videos and setting it up and opening packs and all that. We're not going to do that today. We already did that. So I played like three matches of Eye of Judgment last time, and I didn't win any of them, but that's to be expected because, you know, it's brand new to me and I'm not a card gameologist. So the goal for today is to win one match of the Eye of Judgment, and then I also want to check out the other mode in it, which is called Judgment Mode, and it's apparently a mini game thing with creature cards. So I have no idea what that would even be, and so I'd like to see what the hell that's all about before we move on from that one. Like, I'm not going to be playing this all the time or any more of it after probably this time, so don't worry. Like, don't think this is going to turn into an Eye of Judgment on the regular stream. Unless you're expecting that, in which case, sorry to disappoint. But that's what we do here on the stream. Okay, so in case you missed the action-packed episode last time of the Eye of Judgment, let's get you caught up with what happened previously on the Eye of Judgment. Previously, if you really want to date this right around when this came out, there is an advertisement in the box for the original PSP is now $169.99.
3, prepare cards.
Why does this look like it was from like a 90s Japanese TV show?
Spread out the playmat on a
This is from
flat surface,
2007.
a table or a desk. Bending a card.
Don't bend the card.
Excessive rubbing or scratching of its surface.
Oh no, what are they doing?
Card recognition. Be sure not to conceal the code with your hand when the camera is attempting to read a card.
Oh man, this is...
The camera is a precision instrument. Rough handling may result in damage. A dirty playmat may interfere with
Oh,
recognition.
please spill it. Please.
Be sure to prevent spilling food or
Oh,
drinks
dang it.
anyway.
There's still a whole nut... Oh.
Your opponent. Use a coin flip or other method to determine which player goes first.
Wait, you have to hold it like this. Offer the card to the eye. Oh. All right. We've offered the card to the eye.
Mana release. Summon.
All right. Time to get wrecked.
Attack.
Wait, what? It killed my own unit? What? What? There's friendly fire?
Mana charge.
No.
Mana charge.
All right. Incredible. Incredible video game. Let's get going with it here. All right. The Eye of Judgment, huh? What a game. This has an autosave feature. Hopefully we're getting audio here. Toslink. Should be Toslink A. Oh, I had Spitif unmuted. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. There's that incredible opening. Sure. We don't have to watch that again. I'd rather not. All right. The Eye of Judgment. Note. Set 2, set 3 cards. Sure. All right. So let's just go into options here while I show this again. So if you missed it the first time, this is one of those weird peripheral-based games on the PS3 that uses this playmat, these cards, and also the PSI camera, which it still shows game stuff on the TV, but you primarily play the game on this thing here. Here's what the cards look like. So it's essentially a QR code-based system. So the bars at the top and the bottom determine what the card is, and then it also shows what orientation on the board the cards can be. So there's where you place them on the board and what direction they're facing is important for the gameplay. So sure, that's a thing. And then here's going to be a better look at what the cards look like. So there's what the cards will look like when they're going to be on the play field here. So obviously we got the name up here. This is how much mana it costs to summon the card, and this is how much mana it costs to do an action with the card. This is obviously your hit points, and this is your damage that you do in combat. Most of the rest of the stuff you don't really have to worry about. The text here will say like what the special things that each card does. And then let's have a better example here. So here, for example, this is a 5/3. This is one of the big boy cards. So down here is that is the attack direction. So in this case, this card can attack one space in front of it, and it can also knock them back to a space further along. And then for defense here, it can defend only things in front of it, and it's actually got a blind spot towards the back of the card. So if you get hit from the blind spot, that does extra damage. I think I can't remember, but that's certainly a thing. So those are really the only things you need to worry about when it comes to what's on the cards and what like the special abilities are. Okay. All right. So the last time we did this, I started off by just using the this is the starter pack that came with the game, and then I opened up this booster pack that had a few extra cards. See right here, booster pack. So you're supposed to use the 30 card deck to play this, but I mixed up all the cards last time when I put it away, so I'm gonna play with 38 card deck. Oh no, I'm disqualified from tournament play. I'm just gonna shuffle up this big old deck of cards here, and whatever, man. This is gonna be an illegitimate playthrough of the Eye of Judgment. I suppose I could just shuffle it up and then take out 8 cards. But nah, that's too much work. Too much work. So also another thing here is that another thing to mention. So not only are there monsters that you summon, there are also spells like this. So this is a spell card, Beguiling Fog. This will rotate the target creature in any direction, costs 0 to cast, and I believe most of the other spells cost 0 to cast as well. Actually, no, I take that back. There's a healing spell that costs 2 to use. Yeah, this one. So here's an example. There's Healing Shower, it costs 2 to use, and all ally creature of that element gain 3 HP. So, you know, that's how it be. All right, so let's just do that. And also for when you're actually playing the game, so you could use a DualShock controller to control this game, or what you can do is use these things, which are action cards. So there's 4 different cards here, and you have to hold up these cards to the camera in order for them to do anything. So there's an action card, a status card, a turn end card, and a cancel card. And these are what I'll be using to actually play the game. So it's slightly more work and slightly clunkier to actually play the game, but I think it's a cooler way to play the game, and it gets you more immersed into this incredible card playing action filled with butt rock all the way to the brim. Oh yeah, and if you're curious if I got a YouTube copyright thing over the butt rock in this game, I did. I knew it, because they have licensed music in this game, and yep, it totally did. All right, so this is the mode that we're gonna play after I win a match. It's called Judgment Mode, and it's a mini battle. Who knows? Maybe it's better than the regular mode. I don't know. Connectimals playthrough. I probably have to get a copy of that because I don't think I have that on 360. But yeah, we totally can. I have a regular Kinect and I have a Xbox One Kinect, so we can do any Kinect game. And also iToy games, Tony Hawk Ride. I think I have one of those things around here somewhere. So the sky is the limit for the stupid shit we could play. Was it the credits music? Ask me anything about mid-2000s butt rock. All right. So we're gonna set computer to beginner. I'm not sure if this even matters because I got wrecked either way. So I'm not sure if there's any difference at all in these computer levels, but sure. Let's just do beginner and with the starter deck. All right. I need to turn on the timer here. All right. So what's one we haven't done? I don't think we did Water City, so let's do that, sure. Outline, 3-chain pattern, unique stage, shuffle, official. All right, sure. Infinite, first turn, always give to player. What status that? I don't even know what that is, so sure. Okay. Yep, Tony Hawk Ride. You can see me fall and break my head open on stream. It'll be my last stream I ever do.
Player.
All right.
Draw card.
Draw cards. So it's 5 cards from the library. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So our current hand seems pretty good to me. So here's our first one. We got a Bewitching Elf Archeress. So when the Archeress damages but does not destroy a creature, the creature is rotated 180 and cannot counterattack. So that seems pretty good. And the Archeress always attacks two squares ahead, it looks like. So that you need to keep that in mind for positioning and all that. So that's something to consider. We have the Twin Goblins, which they can attack forward and back. 2 cost to summon, 3 HP, 1 health. Also, another thing to consider when placing cards, up here in the upper right is the element that they are. So that's an important thing. So these are grass type elements, I believe. So if I place them down on somewhere like here, so this one right here, right there where my finger is a grass type. If we put it there, then they'll get bonus HP, I believe. And if we placed it on the opposite element, which of earth, it would be wood, which is either that one or that one. I'm not sure which. They'll get minus 2 HP. Okay, third one we got here is the Vinoan Assassin. So 3 to summon, 2 to action, 3 HP, 2 attack, and it always attacks the back of the target. This one is pretty good. This one served me pretty well until I inevitably lost, but it did serve me well. And then we got a big boy here. We got a Triceptar Behemoth. This attacks in all 3 directions here. This is very important because there is friendly fire in this game, which is totally a thing, and it's just gotta keep that in mind. This also costs a ton to summon. So assuming that you get enough mana to summon it, you're probably not going to have any after that to actually use it again. So it's just one of those things that you put down the board and forget about. And then last but not least, we have a spell. We got Beguiling Fog here. So this is the 0 cost rotate target creature in any direction. This can be an allied creature or an enemy creature. So it's something we might put into use later on. So sure, let's do it. Compton, not Mulligan. All right, cue the butt rock.
Begin duel. Player. Mana charge.
This is not butt rock. All right, so we got 2 mana. So I think what I want to do is, so the Twin Goblins here, these are wood elements, and they can attack both forward and back. So I think the best play is to put them right here on the bottom center one and have them facing side to side. So they'll be vulnerable from this middle spot here, but not necessarily from the side ones, and they'll have 2 extra HP to work with. So that's what I'm going to do, right like that.
Mana release. Summon.
All right.
Computer. Draw card. Mana
All right.
charge.
What's computer going to do?
Mana release.
Okay.
Summon.
All right. So those, I believe, can attack anywhere on the board, I think. And they have quickness, so they always go first.
Player. Draw card.
All right. Let's
Mana charge.
draw a card. Okay, so the card we got is this thing. Holy shit. So this costs 9 to summon. It's got 9 HP, 3 attack. The magic attack targets all enemies on non-fire fields. Destroy it if it's on a Biolith field. So that's our big boy endgame creature, I guess. Holy crap. Okay, well, sure, that's in our hand. So yeah, I want to see what this thing is all about. So I'm gonna put the status card on there. All right, so Interesting. Okay. This didn't tell me much, but sure. All right. Put down the cancel card. Wait, I need to... All right. Okay, so what's the next play here? I obviously can't do anything with my big boy cards anytime soon. And also, ideally, I remove this from the fire space so that eventually I could summon the this Syondar Fire God into the fire spot, but that's the only fire spot on the board, so rip that. So kind of the only thing that I can summon at this point is this. But the problem here is that the Bewitching Elf Archeress can only attack 2 spaces in front of it. And so the only space in which this card will be particularly useful is right here. So I think I might just not do anything this turn, it looks like. And we'll just pass the turn, I guess. Alright. This. Alright, so we need to end turn card. Okay.
Computer. Draw card. Mana charge. Player. Draw
Okay.
card.
So they had the same
Mana charge.
plan, huh? Alright, so our next card that we got is this. This is the White Cubic. So this is one of those weird special cards. So this card here, we can use this. The special property of this is that we sacrifice it to summon any creature in its place. With the thing that the summon creature cannot attack this turn. So because we got that in, we can use that to summon this. And this thing attacks literally anything. Yeah, that's so broken. Okay. All right, so okay. So we're going to... Dang. All right, I wonder if I should, box them in. Unfortunately, I can't do that. So I can only summon things into spaces that have these white boxes on them. Like, I could summon here if I wanted to for some reason. So yeah, I would put it right here and then summon something else like right here. But I guess I can bring in the Vinoan Assassin. I can bring it like right here on the water space. Actually, no, I can't because I can't summon there. Like here, if we try to, it's gonna say cannot cast, cannot summon that land. So that plan's out. Wait, this is a fire space, isn't it? Hold up. This might. All right, let's.
Status.
What else? That is fire. Oh shit. Okay. All right. New plan, team. Okay. So we're gonna bring in you right here.
Mana release. Summon.
And then we're gonna bring in the big boy over there. Okay, so that goes in the graveyard. Oh no, that's there.
Computer.
Okay.
Draw card.
We didn't get rid of it yet.
Mana charge.
Okay.
Mana release.
All right. Good luck, computer.
Summon.
Good luck, computer.
May the spirits protect you.
Attack.
Uh-oh. Oh no. All right. This might be over already.
The gods asked.
Please dodge. Please dodge.
No match for me.
Mana charge.
Fuck. My plan. My plan. My plan. Oh, god damn it.
Player. Draw card. Mana charge.
All right. Maybe we drew another one. Nope. We drew a healing shower. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, we can almost summon that thing anyways at this point. All right, so new plan. We are going to summon the elf archeress, and we're going to give these Drana. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play this as legit as possible, besides having the 8 extra cards in my deck.
Mana release. Summon.
All right. So these should kill the oh god.
Mana charge.
Okay, plan B failed. All right, we're on to plan C.
Computer.
All right, so that was just for the extra mana.
Charge. Mana release. Summon. Let us begin. Unlock. Player. Draw card.
All right. What did we draw?
Mana charge.
We drew a Hellfire Spitter. Quickness 1/1/1/1/1. It looks like it can attack anything. Sure. All right. Okay. All right. Vinoan Assassin. Right here. Gonna give the mages the business.
Mana release. Summon.
I should also mention, if you didn't see this last time, the win condition is you need to occupy 5 spaces on the board. Is what the win condition is. They could all be 1/1s. They could all be the big boy creatures. It doesn't matter. Just 5 of those spaces need to be yours, and then you win.
Mana charge.
So we're currently even between the two of us. We both have 2 spaces each.
Computer. Draw card. Mana charge.
Okay.
Player. Draw card. Mana charge.
The hell is this? Okay, we got Claire Will's Banner. Add 2 to the attack of 1 allied creature until the end of the turn. That seems pretty good to put on Big Boy, I think. All right. Let's see here. All right, so we currently have 7 MP. So if I just wait one more turn, I can bring out this thing in one more turn. Because we currently have 7 MP, and there isn't a summon lock anymore. Yeah, Big Boy is 9 MP. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just do nothing this turn, and then we're just gonna give everything on the board the business soon enough. Another thing I could do is I can no, never mind. We're just gonna end the turn, and we're gonna summon the big boys.
Computer.
All right.
Draw card. Mana charge. Mana release.
What? What?
Summon.
What? What is that? Oh.
This will confirm.
You should be ashamed of yourself. That won't work on me.
Attack.
Okay, so that shouldn't even kill.
Take this.
Yeah. Didn't even kill.
Player. Draw card.
All right. Drawn a card.
Mana charge.
Mana charge. All right. Here's what we drew. We drew a Fredonian Wanderer. When it's in a non-fire field, you gain 1 mana each time you summon an allied creature. That seems pretty good. That would have been really good for the beginning of the game, but you know, that's how it works out. Okay, all right, are you ready? Are you ready? So this thing, for a reminder of what this big boy is. So it costs 9 to summon. It's got the summon lock thing on it over there around the 9. That means that this thing at the top of the screen, this action thing, that thing up there, it has a lock on it until it reaches like level 5 or something. And that's when the game allows you to summon in the big boys. And according to this, it can attack pretty much everywhere. It has no blind spots. And it targets all enemies on non-fire fields. That's important. So friendly fire, not a big deal. And then Biolith field. So here's the problem here. So destroy the fire god if he's on a Biolith field. So there's a mechanic in this game called field switching. So you notice right here, so this is a fire field. That's where I'm going to summon Big Boy. If a field flipping thing happens here, that turns into a Biolith field and it will destroy Big Boy. But it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
Mana release.
Let's go. I'm winning my first and only round.
Summon.
Let's do it.
Behold the right hand of God. Flame extinguishes not. Attack.
All right.
This wound shall be everlasting.
All right. Okay.
You shall serve me from now on.
So the assassin survived.
Mana charge.
Okay.
Computer. Draw card.
So yeah, to cast another AoE, I need
Mana
5
charge.
MP.
Mana release. Summon. Finally my turn.
Oh, well that's... So rip my assassin. So the assassin's dead.
It was an honor.
I'm gonna love this feeling.
Okay, so we get some MP back.
Mana charge.
All right. Graveyard.
Player.
Okay.
Draw card. Mana charge.
All right. We got a Flame Magus. So this, just like our big boy, can cast pretty much anywhere. It's a 1/1. Does 1 attack. Interesting. So what can I do? So if I... So if I summon this thing... So if we summon this thing to a non-fire field, which I believe this This one in the lower right is non-fire. This right here, non-fire. We'll gain 1 MP each time we summon an allied creature. So that'll help us with MP costs. It's got 2 HP, and it looks like nothing on the board can even reach this at this point. So that's fine. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to summon this thing in the bottom right, and this will gain us some extra MP for later. Not the opposite. That's true. Well, the opposite is water, and that's definitely not water. So let's just double check what element that is. I think that's Earth, but I'm not sure.
Status.
What is this? Yeah, that's Earth, I guess, because it's got a mountain. So sure. All right, cancel. All right, so we're gonna summon that. And we're gonna have it facing forward.
Mana release. Summon. Computer. Draw card.
It's a coughing, apparently.
Mana charge.
Coughing.
Mana release.
Uh-oh, that's a big boy that it just summoned right there.
Summon.
That is a big boy.
Behold the right hand of God. Attack. Square amongst the dead.
Hey, Lissa. It turns out the computer has the big boy too.
Thousand curses. Into burning pits. Mana charge.
So at least it's not on the fire element right now.
Check. Player. Draw card.
Okay.
Mana charge.
All right. So we drew another fire card. We got a Firefly Ninja. While Firefly Ninja's on a fire field, it gains perfect dodge. There's no open fire fields, so it's not an option. Okay, and it's a 3/2. That's kind of a lot. Okay. So 3. So we've also got okay. All right. Don't forget we have this thing. so this one can attack 3 spots. If we put this in the center spot, well the thing is, okay, here, so we have to put down a card. We have to kill one of the computer's cards. We have to. We have no choice. And I'm not sure I even can with what I have. +2. That's not gonna help. Yeah, I don't think we even have anything that'll even work. That does 1 damage. Yeah, this is it. This is GG. Unless like the computer can't summon anything next turn, in which case fine. But if okay, so this all depends on whether or not the computer can summon anything next turn. If they have anything small enough to work with 2 MP, but they currently have 7 cards in their hand right now, and the chances of that being a thing are slim to none. So yeah, it looks like all I can do is just I just have to bet on the computer not doing anything next turn, which chances of that are so slim, but it's the only thing I can do right now. Dang it. All right, turn end.
Computer. Draw card. Mana charge. Mana release.
That's it. Yep. GG.
Summon.
They had a 1 MP card. Oh man.
Player loses.
Shocking. Player loses. Okay. All right. Go again. Yeah, I had to do something to attack the 2-2, and I just didn't have anything. All right, rematch, same settings. Sure.
Open field.
Shuffle this up. And give it another go.
First move. Player. Draw card.
Draw a card. What are the winning conditions? For this game, you have to have 5 creatures. Yeah, control 5 squares. That's it. That's the only win condition. And it doesn't matter if they're 1/1 creatures or 9/9. Doesn't matter. You just have to own 5 squares. All right. Did a bang up job here shuffling. Sure. All right. 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. We got. It looks like another pretty okay hand here. So we got a 1/1 Verzar Foot Soldier. Adds 1 to his attack if at least one other allied 1 is on the board. Just your standard basic small cost card. We got a Giant Axe Dwarf, 2/1, 3 HP. Adds 1 attack for every allied 1 on the board. So again, just like the other one. This can only attack and defend in 1 direction. We got a Fredonian Wanderer. So this we had last time. And it's actually really nice that we got this early on. So we need to put this on a non-fire field so we don't get the bonus HP for putting it on fire, but it will give us some extra MP for each turn. So I think what I want to do is wait a turn first before bringing this in to make sure the computer doesn't immediately counter it. But yeah, at least we have that to work with now. Okay, we also got a Stonewing Dwarf. Ally gains protection equal to the number of allied Giant Axe Dwarves on the board. So we also have another Giant Axe Dwarf card. So this one will synergize with the other one. And then last but not least, we got a big boy. So this is the Taurus Monolith, 5/3. It has the lock icon on the MP cost there. So that means we have to wait until the game tells us we can unlock those. Taurus Monolith attacks but not destroys the creature. It's pushed back 1 field in the direction of the attack and cannot counter attack. So that's what that means on the attack field there. So it's a knockback. So, all right. I think I like this hand. This hand's pretty good. So we'll keep this one. All right. Computer did not mulligan.
Duel.
What a surprise.
Player. Mana charge.
All right. 2 MP. So we can put down a card pretty much anywhere. So we have the 2 Stone Dwarf cards. So the 1/1 the 1 mana Stone Dwarf card, you gain protection equal to the other ones. And then Giant Axe Dwarf gives you 1 attack for every allied Stone Dwarf. And it looks like Stone Wing Dwarf can also attack and defend on any direction. Because it appears this is like a weird flying variant of it. So I'm not sure which one of these to put down first. To put down that one or this one first. And I'm open to suggestions on this. So it's either the 2/1 that gains more attack, or it's the 1/1 that gains protection. I'm thinking, and they both want to be put on Earth ones. So like this one will give extra MP, and so will this one. So these 2 squares here will give extra extra HP. The protect burst. So that's the 1/1, the 1/1 Stone Wing that gains protection for the other ones. So I don't. If I put down this, it would at least most likely survive the first round, and I'd be able to get more of a benefit. Like either that, or I put this one, which can attack in any direction. I put that one. Here. This one like here, because then it can attack in one direction, but it can counterattack in any of the directions. So I think what I will do is I will put it here facing up.
Mana release. Summon.
I smell blood.
All right, +2. Hid.
Computer. Draw card.
Okay.
Mana charge. Player. Draw card.
All right.
Mana charge.
I've already scared computer out of doing anything. Okay, we got a new one here. This is the Tentacles of Possession. It's a creature card. It looks like it can't attack, but it gains possession of the enemy directly in front of it. What that means, I have no idea, but it... Sure. That's the thing. And that we can put anywhere except a fire space. So it can go anywhere but here or here. Steal a creature? Okay. Oh, that sounds useful then. And it needs to be facing the one that it wants. Alright, so next we will bring down this one. So this... So I just realized I probably misplayed this. Whoops. I was gonna say, let's put this in the bottom left, which is the fire field here, but this one only gains a benefit if we put it on a non-fire field. So I should put it down here on this one, but I can't summon to there yet unless I put something here on the fire field. So I guess we could put this foot soldier down here in the bottom right and have it facing right. Yeah, let's do this. All right. This is probably a huge misplay, but we'll be fine. Probably. All right, so as long as the computer doesn't put anything right here in the bottom center, we'll be good.
Mana release.
Oh!
Summon.
Okay, all right. All right, this is okay. This is fine because we'll be able to kill that.
Not done yet.
No, we won't. Never mind.
Player. Draw card.
Okay.
Mana charge.
Well, we can at least deal with it. So we got an Elven Berserker Maiden. When Elven Berserker Maiden has exactly 1 HP, she adds 2 to her attack and gains a dodge. So in order to do that, you need to put the Elven Berserker Maiden on an earth pile, which there currently aren't any open ones, so that's fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is we're going to get some extra MP by doing this.
Mana release. Summon. Attack.
All right, have attack, and those other ones can't counterattack. Deadhead.
This will take care of you.
Yeah.
Unlock. Computer. Draw card. Mana charge. Mana release. Summon.
Which way is the direction? Facing. Facing down. Okay, so that's gonna kill that.
Attack. Sweet dreams.
Nothing personal, kid. Alright, so rip that thing. We didn't even get any benefit from that. Just thinking what I want to do next here.
Player. Draw card.
Alright, card.
Mana charge.
Okay. So we got a big boy. And I'm really tempted to just bring this in right now. And this would probably be a huge mistake, but put it here on the water one. So this is a fire element card. So it's going to lose 2 HP by summoning it to this field. So another thing I could do is I could summon this to here, and it will kill these, but also these two of the computer. Or I could summon it here and just have a bunch of HP. To have 6 HP. And then we can definitely take out this, and it would just leave these two. And this would be a nice deterrent to keep the computer from putting anything in the spots next to that. So I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. Again, probably a huge misplay, but I don't see a better play right now. So let's do that.
Mana release.
All right.
Summon.
So plus 2 HP. Okay, so it's got 6 HP now and 5 attack.
Attack.
So it's gonna cost 5 MP to attack with that the next time I need it to attack.
Mana charge.
Let's see.
Computer.
And I have 2 more. I have 3 cards in my hand
Mana charge.
that cost 2 MP to bring in.
Summon.
May the spirits protect you.
Okay.
Attack.
Oh, so this is likely gonna kill that thing.
In honor of the gods past.
Okay. What? It didn't? Oh, it's on a. Oh, it has 3 HP. Sick.
Player. Draw card. Mana charge.
Okay. Draw a card. All right, we got Beguiling Fog. This is the 0 cost spell to rotate a creature in any direction, which we'll hang on to because I don't see an immediate use for that. All right. So if we bring in a giant axe dwarf here, we could use that to take out the mages and water, so it won't get a minus to anything. And then as long as the computer doesn't take out any of my other units next turn, then we should be good to win. All right, I'm gonna put this here. We're gonna summon that,
Mana release.
and we're gonna attack the mages in the upper right.
Summon.
I fight. Fight you.
Yeah, and we got +1 to those two, so there's our synergy.
Attack.
Got him. Okay. So we're currently in check for once. Or I have check for
Mana
once.
charge.
And then I just need to summon anything and I win.
Computer. Draw card. Mana charge. Mana release.
What? What is that? What is that? Field Quake. Oh god, okay, so this is the field swapping thing. So that's not going to be on a fire space. I'm not sure why that matters, because it's not a water card. So... Wait, what?
Mana charge. Mana release. Summon.
This one looks tasty. Please, don't stop now.
Attack.
Put some hope into it.
Huh.
Player. Draw card. Mana charge.
Alright, we got Healing Shower, so all allied creatures of this chosen element gain 3 HP. So if I put it... Okay. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so we got 3 MP to work with here. So these things, okay. So just like with the computer just put in here in the bottom center, those can attack 2 spaces in front of it. So I think what I'm gonna do here is have those chip away at the ones in the bottom right. Though no, that also doesn't seem like a good play either. Okay. I think I'm gonna put this right right. Wait, that's fire, isn't it? That's okay. Earth, wood. Okay, I'm gonna put this right.
Mana release. Summon.
So gonna get
This
+2.
one looks tasty. Please, don't stop now.
So we're not going to get the extra damage on those, but
Put some hope into
that's fine. It means that they will survive one of the big boy hits, though. And that's what I was thinking.
Check. Computer.
Actually, no, it won't. Never mind.
Draw card.
Never mind.
Mana charge. Mana release.
Okay.
Summon.
So this is another big boy, it looks like. Fortress. Okay.
Don't stop now.
Player. Draw card.
Wait,
Mana
I
charge.
win. I win. Guys. Okay, here's what I drew. Where's our foot soldier? Did I just win the game? Finally. All right, let's swag here first. All right, we're gonna beguiling fog this and turn this sideways just because I can. Beguiling fog. All right, we're gonna rotate that one that way. All right. Verzar foot soldier for the win by not doing anything.
Mana release. Summon.
As long as this doesn't immediately kill the Verzar foot soldier. Okay.
Done yet. Player wins.
All right. Fuck this game. All right, let's see what that other mode is. Yeah, save the game now that I've won. Record my victory. All right, let's
Open field.
let's see that.
First
Let's
move.
see my incredible victory.
Draw card. Begin duel. Player. Mana charge.
All right, point out all of my
Mana
misplays here,
release. Summon.
because I'm sure I did. Good one earlier when you were at 3 creatures by placing the possession tentacle thing and taking one of theirs. Yeah, I'm not sure if a possessed creature counts as
Draw card.
a controlled
Hand.
thing or not. Okay, so this started out with Fortress. 2 fortresses. Okay, so it looks like the computer had a bad hand that they just didn't mulligan.
Draw card. Mana charge. Mana release. Summon. Computer. Draw card.
The 2-for-1, the three-way hitter one.
Charge.
Yeah,
Mana release. Summon.
like this thing. Oh, also, there is fine print for this thing. So when it attacks 2 creatures, subtract 2 from its attack. When attacking 3 creatures, subtract 4 from its attack.
Mana release.
So that's another thing to consider there. And perhaps it wouldn't have done enough damage. So it only would have done 3 damage if it was attacking 2. And if it was attacking 3, it would have done 1 damage. so I don't know. I actually didn't even consider that when I summoned it, by the way. I just kind of lucked into that one.
Unlock. Computer.
All right.
Draw card. Hand.
So yeah, let's see if that that damage reduction would have mattered,
Mana charge. Mana release.
or for the big boy card, because I'm actually curious now if it would have.
Let us begin. Attack. Sweet dreams.
It would have been nice if I got the MP from that thing, but instead it was just killed immediately.
Mana charge. Player. Draw card. Mana charge. Mana release. Summon. Attack.
All right, so that's only attacking 1, so it did the full 5 damage. Oh man. 12 FPS.
Mana
An
charge.
option to speed up animation. Let's see. You could. Oh, set 3. Okay, so if you got the set 3 DLC, you could skip ahead and replace.
Status.
Sure.
Computer. Draw card.
Nice. Nice that they make you buy the DLC to do stuff like that.
Mana
That's
charge. Release. Summon.
Though I suppose if you give enough of a shit about this game, then of course you probably bought the DLC anyways, right?
If you insist.
So for the hardcore esports Eye of Judgment players, naturally gonna buy all the DLC.
In honor of the gods past.
And apparently people like to this day collect cards. I should also note, like there's like wanna buy threads all the time on
Draw card.
message boards about this. Like, hey, I'm missing some
charge.
Series 3 cards. I want to buy.
Mana release.
I don't know how much they're paying for them.
Summon.
Probably way too much. When they could just print them out, just go buy a laser jet.
Fight you. I'm not finished yet.
Go down to Goodwill, go get a printer.
Attack.
This simply cannot
250 for the Fire God. Oh dang, that's 10% of, or more than that. That's like 15% of what I paid for this whole thing. Can I make back my investment by selling all my cards?
Draw card.
That must be the rarity thing. So let's see. That's
Mana
my discard
charge.
pile. No.
Mana release.
All right, where's the Fire God? Syandar Fire God. Yeah, it does have the gold. It does have the gold. So these markings right here, right there, is what series it in and what rarity it is. And I guess the gold ones are ultra rare or whatever.
Mana charge.
Yep. I'm not even paying attention to the replay, so let's just call that. Sure. Okay, so according to the manual, there is a mode called Judgment. Play a mini battle using creature cards. Oh god, what? OneNote, hello? Okay. There we go. All right, play a mini battle using creature cards to battle against each other. Sure. All right, so let's see what that mode's all about. So we access that from the main menu. I wonder if I could just summon my Syandar Fire God and just win that. GG easy. Let's see. All right. The Eye of Judgment. Okay, so Judgment mode. Play a mini battle using creature cards. Let's see what this even is. Okay. All right. Is this like the literal AR mode? It is. So this is in the tech demo that they did for this game. That you can poke it or something. Okay. All right, versus the Behemoth. Preparation for Judgment complete. All right, let's Judgment.
3, 2, 1. Judgment.
Judgment.
Winner.
What? Judgment rules. Highest element and summoning cost win. So this is probably supposed to creature with higher summoning cost wins. Highest element. Okay, so Norum draws, performs account. What? So this is probably supposed to be like a 2-player thing. Like, hey, my cards are better than your cards, your buddy says, and so you play this. So if we did a Verzar Foot Soldier versus a Verzar Foot Soldier, Judgment. All right, why is that one up there? What? Hello? Are you okay? You okay? Hey, buddy, you okay? All right. Oh, it's spooky ghost. Okay. All right.
3, 2, 1. Judgment.
Judgment.
Draw.
All right. What about the Stonewing Dwarf versus the Verzar Foot Soldier? Why doesn't it say their names like it does in the game? Yeah, you want some tech demo shit. Like, here you go. This is literally what they showed in the E3 presentation for this game, by the way. They showed this on stage. They had the iToy inventor guy tell us about instantiating.
Judgment.
He put down a card to instantiate a monster. Okay, that's a draw, apparently. Sure. If you want to hear a British guy say instantiate a whole bunch. All right, can we put down 3 cards like a madman? Okay. And then give him the tentacles. And then look at this. I want to judge all of these. It's all you can only do up to 4. What the hell? All right, let's replace this with this. All right, time for judgment. Like this is potentially cool, I guess. All right, judgment.
3, 2, 1. Judgment. Draw.
Yeah, there's no animations like this. Yeah, it's just like, hey, here's these cool models, and you can check out the cool models. Judgment.
3, 2, 1. Judgment. Draw.
How is that a draw? What? 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 How is that a draw? Does it only check the first? Okay, what if we get rid of tentacle? All right. What are the options? So highest element summoning cost wins, which obviously it would be Big Boy, you know? If a winner's not determined, a draw is declared. Okay. Winner is chosen randomly in case of draw. Well, performs a countdown. Why? What? A countdown for what? What's it?
Judgment.
What's it counting down? How did she win?
Judgment. Winner.
Is it? Does it? Okay. What about?
Judgment. Winner.
What? Oh, it's just, oh god. Okay. Bad things are happening here with... Hello? Okay.
Judgment.
Judgment.
Winner.
Uh-oh. Right when I did that, my tablet telestrator just blue screen. Nice. Let's turn that off now. All right, Judgment.
Judgment. Winner.
So you want... like my tablet PC telestrator just would rather end it all than play any more Eye of Judgment. Judgment.
Judgment.
Judgment.
Winner.
Sure. Why is that a winner? They're both one. Sure. Sure. Yeah, I don't have any orange juice, unfortunately, and I also don't have a mop. And also, this is right next to a lot of audio equipment, so I'd rather not. But, okay, all right. Is there anything else? Exit this mode? Absolutely. Okay, is there anything else of note in this game? So card profiles. Did we download anything? All right, set 1 license. What? So you have to download the license to use set 1. Sure. Even if you bought the game, they still have to unlock the use of those. All right. Card profile. Oh, geez. Scope off world map. What? Wait, hold up. What? All right. All right. This is already way better. Okay. This is the unlock. Added to card file. Okay, so if I...
This will take care of you.
Ah, okay. So this is what the tech demo was in the E3 thing. So if you tap this,
This will take care of you.
and then if you Oop. All right, so if I yeah, so this yeah, there we go.
Take care of you.
Give it the old sure. All right, and then over here, the scope. Ability Deadhead. Okay, so here we get the Magic the Gathering lore text. Okay. All right, so what is world map? Oh, don't exit this mode. Okay, so L1 world map. What is this? So it just changes the board that it's on?
This will take care of you.
Okay.
This will take care of you.
All right, let's so it doesn't
Let me hear you scream.
Huh. Do you have to tap it?
Let me hear you scream.
Okay. So if you...
Oh,
Oh. Wait. Does it just randomly go through the animations?
let me hear you scream.
Sure. All right, let's
Oh,
see.
oh.
What? Sure. Black Forest. If she loses her temper, run. Sure. All right, what about this thing? Huh. Beast, Mind Steel, Cat in the Bay boasts a spectacular array of marine life. You can quite literally lose your mind. Sure. Yeah, I think it's just random. This one does a decent job of tracking, though. Like it, I think it's better than that other mode. So, yeah, I don't know why they made the judgment mode completely separate from this one, because it appears both do the exact same thing. All right, get out the big boy here. All right,
Are skilled.
let's slap the fire god.
This wound shall be everlasting. This wound shall be everlasting. This wound shall be everlasting.
Sure.
You are skilled.
Unknown, primordial flame, all cowered before the burning god. Flames of retribution consume the heathens and consign their souls to eternal damnation. Sure. Oh, so that does... Okay. Okay, so if the card does come from somewhere, then they do show it on the map. Okay, so there is lore for that. Yep, extra lore, boys. Just what we wanted. Alright, I'm curious what this does for... Alright.
This wound shall be everlasting.
What does a spell card do? So this is Beguiling Fog. So if we... Oh, man. So that's us. That's our avatar, apparently. So they keep all the magic flavor text just hidden in this menu here. Sure. Okay. And is there anything else cool here? All right, let's see what this thing does. Okay. All right. So I think you have to tap the center of it. And if you very slowly spin it, and not mess up the marking. Like this is neat. This is a cool application of AR. Like that clearly can keep up. And that's pretty neat. For early AR, like a lot of games didn't even attempt stuff like this. So I think this is neat. One head points to hell, another pays homage to the king, and the third stares hungrily at your throat. From the D's Nuts Empire. Where's the D's Nuts Empire? Three-headed beast that guards part moles. Castle gates is an unholy fusion of corpses taken from the giant lions that once roamed Syndar. Sure. Oh, the cube. Yeah, you're right. That's the egg thing. Let's see what that thing's all about. Where's egg? White cube. So it looks like there is some directionality to it. Huh. Sure. Egg. Unknown. Some good things are sealed shut for a good reason. Alright, where's this thing from? It's from over there? Juno Tower, this mysterious white box could hold the secrets of the gods or something even stranger. Huh. Man, this game is something else. Who knows what other amazing cards await us in set 3. But we'll never know because I am certainly not going to buy it. I'm not even sure you can buy it anymore. Come to think of it. You probably have to like get the weird pirated PSN version of the unlock code or something at this point. I don't even know if it even exists on PSN. Okay. All right. Well, that mode was, let's say, just as fun as the regular game was. And that's oh boy. Okay. So there's bonus material apparently, but again, only in set 3. You need set 3. But if we're honest, this is the best part.
The Eye of Judgment. Next, set up the camera. First, assemble the camera stand.
There's Caveman. Doesn't have his mustache there.
Once it is complete, place the camera on the camera stand. Next, prepare the cards used to play the game. There are a combined this section. There are a few things that must be configured the first time you play the Eye of Judgment. This section describes the steps involved in doing so. Game Setup Part 2 consists of the following steps. 1. Select. This section discusses
All right.
handling
The best
of
part.
accessories.
Print out cards. Well, the thing is,
Following are tips.
even if you have the physical cards, or you printed them out or used your phone or wherever,
Camera reads cards
you can't even bring them into the game unless you have that DLC. You need set 2 and set 3 DLC.
Bending a card, as well as excessive rubbing or scratching of its surface, can interfere with card recognition.
Actual hired actor, it's
Be
probably a
sure not to
producer
feel the code
or a
of your
tester.
hand when the camera is attempting to read a card.
I'm guessing it's a tester.
The following are tips regarding handling of the camera.
Maybe like the
and
lead
camera
test.
stand. The camera is a precision instrument.
How many cards are in
Rough
set 1?
handling may result in damage.
Ask me anything about the Eye of Judgment.
The camera stand must be assembled.
Oh,
An
God.
adult should assist young children when assembling the
Oh,
camera
boy.
Ensure that young children do not injure themselves on the more narrow ends of the stand pieces. The following are tips regarding handling of the playmat. Use of the playmat is recommended when playing the Eye of Judgment. A dirty playmat may interfere with recognition. Be sure to prevent spilling food or drink during play.
Perfect. All right. That's all I want to see. Oh, man. Oh, boy. What a game. Okay, let's wrap up this one. Whoa, baby. All right. The Eye of Judgment completed. We won a round. We won a match of the Eye of Judgment, and as far as I'm concerned, hell yeah. I also did not break most of the rules. Like I got lazy with putting in too many cards in my deck, but it doesn't really matter because even if you have like 400 cards in your deck or whatever, there's actually a counter in the game on the UI that keeps track of how many cards you've drawn and how many cards you've either used in the game or put in the graveyard. So even if you have literally every single card ever made in the world of the Eye of Judgment, the game will know, and it'll tell you at some point like, hey, game over, you've used up all your cards. So you can't even cheat the game that way. So I didn't print out any cards. I didn't use my phone to get any cards. I used what the game gave me, and I won. I did it. We did it. So that counts in my book. All right. Things I liked. Unique premise. Unique premise. Oh shit. Okay, it did the thing where it changed my input to the wrong thing again, so we're not going to worry about the voice things. Okay, things I liked here. There's a unique premise to this compared to other card games. It's neat that they had the AR stuff in there for the iToy. At least they made an attempt at that, and I suppose they needed some other way to showcase the things you could do with a more powerful console and access to a higher resolution camera. That you probably couldn't do something similar to this with the PS2, and I guess this probably was as good of a thing as any. And AR was kind of starting to become more of a thing around 2007, so sure, I think this fit well for the time. Like it certainly didn't age well, but this is pretty novel for the time. And like when I saw this game demonstrated at E3, it stuck in the back of my mind like, man, that game looks cool. I want to try that one day. And it took 13 years to try it, but we did. And it sure is a game. Like the OST, like Butt Rock has its time and place for everything. In a fantasy card playing game, I don't think Butt Rock is the perfect choice for this venue. So I'm gonna say, that probably isn't a positive for this. I guess this could be considered a nice change of pace for collectible card game players, but even then, like, this game probably has too many issues for the hardcore card game players to really get into. Like, it certainly is different enough from, say, your Magics and your Pokermans and your Yu-Gi-Ohs to be something, but I don't know. I don't know about all that. Let's see. I also thought that the library mode, I guess, or whatever it's called, the deck builder creature info thing, I thought that was neat. And as dumb as the judgment mode was, that could have been cool if they made that into some like mini game where you had to do like AR positioning or something. Like, they could have done more with that, but they probably on a limited time and money budget for this one, so it's fine. All right, things I didn't like. The music. I did not like the music in this game. I think it did not fit at all. This had some frame rate issues, but I guess for a turn-based game like this, it kind of doesn't matter for performance, because it's a card game. That doesn't really matter as much. Let's see. The fact that you have to buy in-game stuff just to play this game. So if you wanted to get more cards for your deck, you'd have to go down to Walmart or wherever, or GameStop, EB Games, Babbage's, what have you, to get more cards, more physical cards, and those weren't cheap. So that's a definitely downside, and that's just part of their business model. That's how they did and how they still do. And I never liked that, and I still don't like it. So that I'm gonna say is a negative. The fact that even if you went out and got some Series 2 or 3 cards, you also had to go into the game and buy the DLC for Series 2 and Series 3 in order to even use those cards. I should also mention. Let's see. The difficulty scales, it sure didn't seem like they did much in this game. Like, it wasn't until this last one that we did with it set to beginner that the computer actually did a misplay, like a really obvious misplay. where it did, I forget what, but it was towards the end of the match where it did something that didn't really amount to much. But then all the other times, I was just getting blown up. Like, it did the perfect counter to everything I did every single time, and that's a little frustrating, especially if like you're a new player trying to get in the game like me, and you're just getting completely blown up on beginner mode. That's kind of unacceptable. And again, that's probably one of the things that was a time constraint for the team making this. Like, balancing CPU stuff probably wasn't high on their to-do list, because they figured this would be a PvP game, either in person or online. And I get the feeling that balancing CPU difficulty and all that probably didn't happen. And it's especially weird because they have like 5 different difficulty levels for CPU, and there was no functional difference that I saw between beginner and normal. I can't speak for the hardest mode because the stream crashed when I did that, but I have a feeling it's similar there. Well, let's see here. It also felt like there was just too many mechanics going on all at once, but then again, I am stupid and I can only handle so much, so I don't know. Maybe it was the perfect amount of mechanics for somebody used to this type of game, but for me personally, like, having to keep track of like the element types. Oh yeah, that's another thing. There wasn't enough differentiation on the symbols in game, or the styles of the tiles between some of them. Like the earth tile and the wood tile, I think, looked pretty much identical. So trying to figure out which one is which was not great. You had to use this weird the status card here to tell you which one it is, because just visually looking at it, I couldn't tell. So that was also not ideal. I'm sure if you play like 1,000 hours of this game, you'll know, because you'll just have them memorized, but they could have made that a bit more obvious. And yeah, some of the other stuff that they don't tell you, like the friendly fire thing, that was a great thing to find out after I already did it at the end of a match. That would have been nice for the tutorial to happen. I will give them credit for the video tutorials that they put in the game. Even though like 2/3 of it seemed like, hey, here's how to set up the dumb playmat and the camera, at least they do give you a video tutorial and a demo match to kind of give you a gist of how things go. Some of the nuances you still have to work out for yourself, but it is nice they put that in there. And it's actually more thorough than the manual is, I should note. And yeah, that probably sums up about all that. Dank memes, offer the cards to the eye. Don't spill orange juice all over the playfield. I'm sure there are more, but, you know, Peepo's not working right now. All right, drum and bass. No, because this is all butt rock, so I'm gonna say no. And then Ayla Mouse, the cube thing certainly looks like one, so I'm gonna say yeah, sure, yeah. All right, difficulty, easy to hard. So for me, this took me, let's say about 2 hours. 2 hours in game time to win one match against the easiest computer opponent that this game has. So right off the bat, I'm gonna say it's a 4. And what's keeping me from upgrading this to a 5 is that I was able to eventually win. That's something. And the fact that they give you extensive tutorials in the game and the manual's at least decent, that probably keeps it from being a 5, because if you had to figure all this stuff out on yourself by yourself, then sure, that'd be an easy 5 out of 5. But as it is, like, there is a little bit of concession to playability here, so we'll see that at 4. All right, and then rating 1 to 5. So this game's pretty novel. You got to give it that. You got to give it novelty points. Like if this was just any other cookie cutter game on the PS3, then yeah, that would certainly lose points. But there really aren't that many card games, especially for PS3. Like for PlayStation 3, besides this, I can't really think of any other CCG type games. Like I don't think there was a Magic game released on disc, at least. There might have been one on PSN. Or other ones on PSN, but as far as like the major releases, I think this one might be it in the West. Yeah, Magic Arena. So that's something. Like if it's the only one on the market, then it's automatically the best one on the market, right? It's your best and only option. I also got to give it points for the AR stuff. Like that's neat. That's gimmicky as all hell. But it is also the reason why I looked at this game in the first place. If this was just like a game where you just used a controller and picked out cards and did all that, I probably couldn't give less of a shit about this game if this was like that. But because it actually utilized these AR cards, the playmat, the PlayStation Eye, and all that. That is what got me in the door to this game. So you got to give them some credit for that. I think for what it's worth, the system of actually using these worked pretty dang good for what it's worth. I don't think we ever really had an issue of it detecting cards. It's a little goofy how they, if you're not going to use the controller, that you have to hold up these special status cards to the camera to get to do anything. I thought that's a little goofy, but realistically, like, what else can they do? Can they have like a special place on the playboard to like tap it with your hand when you're done with your turn or something? I don't know. So that was a little clunky, but besides that, all the AR stuff worked great. I don't think it ever misidentified anything. I don't think it ever put anything in the wrong spot. The detection time was great for all that. So technology wise, I think they did a great job with this one. I don't think they really could have improved that much. Like as far as the gameplay goes, boy, there's a lot they could have improved with it. But tech wise, I think they did a good job with this one. But unfortunately, this is a game and not a tech demo, and I got to judge this as a game. So I guess the bottom line is, did I enjoy my time with this game? And I'm gonna say no. But then again, I'm not really a card game type person. The last time I played Magic was 1998, and this certainly ain't Magic. And even back then, there were better Magic games already on the market. Like you could get the 1998 classic Chandelar game on PC and have a better time with it than with this, I'm guessing. Like there certainly is promise for this. This might be like a decent PvP game. Like if you get this game, take a deck and then split it in half and play with somebody else IRL, then hey, that might be a decent time. But as a single player game, the way I played it, this is not really a great experience. And yeah, there's kind of no replay value, especially like we mentioned before. You need to buy the DLC and the cards separately to get more content in the game. So that's a bummer. You're already invested in this game. So this would have been like probably $70, I think, when it came out. PS3, 2007. So 2007, I think most games were still 50. I want to say I don't think every game stepped up to 60 at that point. So this might have been like just a bit above the 60 premium. And shit, I'm still not even sure that's a decent deal. Like I paid, I think $15 or $20 for this, and that was probably a bit too much that I paid for this, unfortunately. But hey, this is a unique game, and I guess if you like rarer and unique games like this, give it a look. But otherwise, hard pass. And I'm not gonna go so far as to give this a 1, but this is like a low 2. as far as I'm concerned. Low 2. So that's the Eye of Judgment. Took 3 hours 49 minutes. About an hour of this was just the tutorials. Maybe it was like 45 minutes of that was the tutorials. It took 5 tries to finally win a match. We were 1 for 5 in the Eye of Judgment. And yeah, that's how I felt about this one. All right. So yeah, do not draw on the cards with permanent marker. The law will come get you. So definitely do not. I can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. All right. So the next backlog game. Now that we're done with this. So Steel Battalion is still going to be an in-progress thing. Unfortunately, Steel Battalion might have to wait another little bit because I don't have room on my desk to play more Steel Battalion. I got some large things on the desk that I'm using for Steel Battalion. So the next backlog game, let's see if anybody can guess it. So this is a Windows 95 game released by Sierra. Windows 95 Sierra game. I played this game when it came out. I did not beat it because I was too stupid to beat the game back when it came out. And I'm probably still too stupid now, but we will give it a go. So, the next backlog game is Shivers. So this is a Myst-like game. This is a Myst-like. Well, that's the manual. Thought I had the cover. There it is. All right, Shivers runs on Win95. All right. What darkness conceals, terror reveals. So yeah, this is a first-person puzzle game, and the puzzles on it are really difficult, like logic puzzles. This is probably one of the most difficult puzzle games I've ever played, and there's a damn good reason why I've never beaten it, because it is very difficult. So it's in a museum, and also even if you have a walkthrough for the game, we should mention the puzzles. The puzzles are random in this game, so a walkthrough will not help you. A walkthrough will not help you with this game. So that's another reason why this game is pretty brutal. Not only are the puzzles like really difficult, like I mean, like for an example of one of the puzzles that I remember driving me crazy. So like Chinese checkers, where you have a bunch of balls on a grid or marbles, and you have to hop them one at a time to take them off the grid. I remember one of the Chinese checkers puzzles is like a 40 by 40 grid, and nearly all of the grid spaces are filled. And that isn't even like the hardest puzzles in the game. So yeah, it'll be an adventure for sure. So we'll probably start that next time when we do more backlog, but we're not done tonight. So we're going to continue Peace Explosion with Rhapsody. So I got to set up for Rhapsody. It's going to take me a little bit longer than usual because I got to move stuff out of the way and get all that set up. So it might be, let's say 5 minutes from now. So when this clock gets to 12:14, let's say. That's when I should be back and we should be good to go. But if you got something else to do for 5 minutes or so, now's the time to do it, because nothing exciting going to be happening here. So I'll be back in 5 or so minutes for some more PS Explosion. Stay tuned. All right. Let's get the game changed here. So Rama, you say. Rama is on the to-do list. I have a copy of that game. And we will give that one a go. Rhapsody. All right. Now it's game change. All right. And I have not seen that game played before. The only thing I recall of Rhapsody is the review for it in PC Gamer. So everything else, I have no idea. All right. Shit. All right. Whoop. All right. Almost had it right there. My OSSC is set to the wrong mode. Okay. All right. So, Rhapsody Musical Adventure. We're on part 3 of this. And here is what happened previously on Rhapsody.
Previously.
I've done everything a girl's supposed to. I take a bubble bath, even wash behind my ears. Oh! All the bubbles tickle my nose, but they get me squeaky clean.
Oh man, frame rate. Oh man, frame rate. The 6 FPS attack. Okay. All right, Cornet. Let's see this incredible dress. Yes. Oh god, it blinks too. So is she being eaten by it? Or is she wearing its skin? Or... Oh, shit.
You're such a lucky girl, that's what they always say. Rich and beautiful and bright.
I can feel your precious heart holding your hand in mine. I feel the special love we have.
This guy's probably not a singer.
Is it just a fantasy?
It's not a fantasy.
Are we dancing in a dream?
It's not a dream.
I never ever.
Sure. All right. Oh, nope, don't search. It's right there. All right. Rhapsody, huh? Okay. Let's get my input monitor working here. Yep, good old Arthur C. Clarke. Down there in Madagascar, doing questionable things. All right. Let's make sure I got audio. We have no game audio. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. So, we are in Blue Cat. So where we last left off, we got passage to Blue Cat, which is a new continent. We're in a brand new area. Our current quest is the prince of our hometown kingdom was captured by the evil witch The evil witch Marjorie. Marjolie's her name. Sure. And we need to find Marjorie, defeat her, get the prince back, and get the prince unpetrified. And so our quest has taken us to across the sea to this place. And why we're here, I can't remember why, but we're here for a reason, I think. So sure. All right, blue cat. No blue cats around here. Why is it called blue cat then? So some of the stuff in this game, I'm not sure if this is what the original script intended, or if this is Atlas USA's translators taking liberties with the game. Because some of the stuff in this game is a little suspect. Oh man, she put her puppets in the river. Oh geez. Uh-oh. Yikes. Yikes. Torches for the pirates. Waterstone into an iceberg. What? Sure. So far, every single restaurant like this has a giant fish on the wall. So another thing that's happened frequently in this game is that plot advancement type things are just in the most random places. So you have to talk to pretty much everybody. Oh god, okay. Is this gonna be Atlas USA again?
Atlas USA.
What? What? What is the purpose of those? It's got to be like an Easter egg or something, or like you find all those in the game and you get an OP spell at the end or something, or there's got to be a purpose to all those. So far the other one we found was in the castle in one of the chests. Okay, toad in there. Sure. Well, cave to these. So it sure sounds like we need to go get some cat's eyes for something at some point. 'Cause the game sure is mentioning cat's eyes a whole bunch. See how much money we can get. Poorly playing our horn here. Love that it just abruptly ends. 40, okay. I guess that's a good way to get NPCs out of doorways if you need them to. Because that's also definitely a thing that happens in this game. Okay. Alright, well, we'll return to this at some point. I'm not sure we need to be there yet. Unless this guy's got something to... Pirates, the ship's in a house. Okay, so that must be the way to the pirate ship. Okay, the prince is not in town. Oh, that's the cat girl witch. And then that's a picture of Cornet, I guess. Tower to the south. Where do you have the spells? Sure. Oh man, Frogman. Oh my god. The frogmen in this game talk like Jar Jar. 2000? So this... Oh my god. This was probably being localized right around the same time episode 1 came out. Yeah, this came out in 2000. Let me look up what month this came out in the US. All right, Rhapsody came out May 2000. Yeah, 1999 was Star Wars Episode 1. So, wow. Wow. Amazing. Okay, that's a pirate ship. So yeah, that probably is a Jar Jar reference. Do not enter. All right. Okay. Sanity Gummy. Sure. Alright, so I guess let's see if we can go to that wizard tower. Okay, so we got Cat's Eye and the tower. Let's go to this tower first. Yeah, I've still been able to get away with auto battling. Like, even in boss fights. Enemies are still frequently missing. Save plants. Pull a picture of a cat. Oh, it's her. Okay. Is she finally gonna join our party? Ah, okay. Cat's Eye Stone. Realized I'm on the wrong profile of my input, my FPS counter here. Can't have incorrect FPS values here. That will not do. There we go. All right, so we got to go get Some cat's eye stones. Apparently. Alright. Oh, there's another one here now. Cape Hope. Sure, let's go there. This certainly looks like a teleporter pad. Or something. Oh god. Okay, maybe let's not go here just yet. We don't need to be here. It would have been nice if they had a different song for the dungeon areas. And this is probably one of the worst songs in the game too, which doesn't help things. Okay, so our party we're rolling with is Cornet, which I think you have to have in the party, Shart, Kid, and then Tells and Archer. Then that should still be good enough for what we want to do here. All right. So let's see if we can get away with auto battling like before. Yeah, looks like it. So the circle button is the auto battle button. You just press it and it'll automatically do your turn for you. And yeah, so the enemies in this game just regularly miss, and it seems like my characters don't miss. So yeah, this is on the middle of the 3 difficulties, by the way. There is a difficulty easier than this, and it's called easy. I'm on normal right now. Yeah, the older battle music was a lot better too. So I have a feeling if somebody wants to play through this and actually be challenged, probably play it on hard, but I don't know what hard mode does to difficulty scaling. But so far, normal is just, it's too easy so far. Like, it's actually to the detriment of the game that they made it so easy on normal. It's a dead end. Okay. Alright, back the way we came, I guess. Yeah, the auto battler consistently moves Cornet into a bad spot. Oh, okay. So is something finally happening here? No. Okay. I'm pretty sure status effects don't persist between battles, but let's be sure here. So it was Kid who got hit by that spell there. And I don't see anything in here that says anything about the status effects, so. Okay. Yeah, so fights generally take like an extra turn because of the movement mistakes that the auto battle makes, but still. Still more convenient than actually doing it. So it looks like, so this is what, the 3rd dungeon, I think, that we've been in the game. 3rd or 4th at this point. And okay. All of them have this literally identical like layout and art for it. Okay. All right. So we got Shart and Terra. All right, boss fight. One might actually be maybe difficult, but let's see what our auto battler can do. Oh no, 1 damage. All right, maybe now this time. All right, I'm gonna bop that circle button and hope for the best. Damage. A miss. Oh, good. Yeah, great spot to move to, ranged character. All right. Dang. Oh, so she was one of the ones tossed in the river. Okay. Yeah, so they... Who's Bobo you? Oh, that's right. We got a fish to help us. Okay, what's Terra got? Also, what's the fish got? It's close range water, close range dark puppet. Sure. Okay, let's sub in Terra then. With Kid. Because Shartay's got the... Or Shart. Oh, okay. So I picked the correct path out of, like, at least 4 different paths. Unless they all led there, but hey, sure. Oh, Terra can fly, too. Huh. Meteorite, dark. Okay. Yes, cast it on Cornet. Can't cast it on Cornet. Yeah. Level 2, level 3, level 4, sleep, level 5, level... Okay. 5 levels, 4 levels on 1 fight. I'll take it. So yeah, that is kind of unfortunate that they started level 1, but could be worse, I guess. Okay, so this is the way back to the 4-way exit, I think, and then we gotta go south from there. Yeah. I guess we could get some cool items maybe further in here. So sure, we'll check the. Okay. All right. That's a cool item, probably. Yo, metal slime. All right, we're gonna get 1 billion XP from this thing. All right, metal slime. All right, we're gonna give you the Mega Saint from Shartae. Eh? And then not throw a meteor on you. What? What? Miss. Oh, is this literally metal slime? Okay. Uh-oh. This... Okay, maybe I can put this... Okay, it's still got 163 HP. Hopefully the turtle thing doesn't last forever. Okay, we should be able to beat it a couple turns at least. This better give me like 4,000 XP. Okay. 3,000, I'll take it. All right. All right, so levels for Shart. 6, 7, Mega Meteorite. 8, 9, Poison, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Worth it. Worth it. Totally worth it. Cool. All right, we got another bromide. Let's check out the bromide. High quality illustration. Oh, okay. So that's the thing where you write in dumb things on there, like. Hold on, I gotta restart my Telestrator. There we go. Sure. Perfect. All right. Okay, so now we can get into the Mage's Tower. which I think was this way. I think. Yep, okay, perfect. Alright, hopefully we only needed that one cat's eye. And actually, I should go back to town and heal. That metal slime gave me the business there. So yeah, I'll mention this every time we do a part for this, but another thing that makes this game super easy is that the healing in this game is free at those statues, and there's statues everywhere in this game. So it's like there's almost no consequence to getting hurt in combat, because you can undo it super easily every single time. Okay. Oh, I thought I was going to make a staircase. It's okay, tower, I saved. See, okay, and then this is the same dungeon as that what I thought was the optional extra one in the first area. So again, they're reusing assets. Like, come on. I think I accidentally passed a turn. Well, at least enemies here are consistently hitting me, so this is something at least, but man. Yeesh. Oh, joining party? Sure. Welcome aboard. The Togue. Another crappy monster. Togue 43. All right. Sure. We got one. This is the third floor? Is it? All right. Sure. I love that my spellcaster is the one that actually hits the hardest physically in my party. Good old Shart. Actually, it might be Cornet now. Yep. Or sure. All right. Maybe this one will finally pose a challenge. give him the... Nope. All right. Shot some rainbows at him. Okay. Sure, that's a meteor. Okay. 24 damage. And it's almost dead already. Okay. Bullseye. Alright. Sure. This was probably optional, but we got him. Alright. Starts off with 40 HP. That ain't bad. With a lot of offense and defense. Just can only move 3 squares at once, and everything else super low. But sure, we can. Let's swap out Shart for Duke, because I don't know, maybe Duke will get some cool stuff later. Those alien bastards shot up my ride. And the like. Justice, all right. The Duke is the law. Okay. Uh-oh. I think cap, okay. This is suddenly turning into a maze. Okay, so we'll... +5 int, sure. Okay, so I haven't been north yet. Okay. Oh, jeez. All right. I'm not sure what the significance of the floor numberings are, but I'm sure we'll find out. All right. I should probably go down and go to the left there. Okay. Nothing there. I'm not sure I want to mess with this. Unless... Okay. Alright, sugar candy. Okay. Maybe... No. Alright, sugar candy. Give him the business. 6 FPS. Give me that XP. Oh, no. Okay. Instantly kills an enemy. That seems good. What? Oh, wait. Can I use that on bosses? We soften, sure. Man, let's finally run into an actual threat. Dang, Cornet's probably almost dead. Oh no, don't turtle. Okay. God. So that'll still hit both of them. Okay. Hey, look at that. This is going to be 9,000. Yeah, 9,000 XP. Holy crap. All right. So if even Cornet's getting 5 levels out of this, so Duke is going to be like level 14 after all this. $18? Okay. 11 levels for one fight. I'll take it. All right. And also, we've learned that Tell has an instant kill move. And has enough MP now to cast it twice. Whew. Okay. Maybe I should. I wonder if they're just in this room. Wait, are they attacking each other? How much do these give? Jesus. All right, hold on. So this is also a good opportunity to check if the run from battle is also consistent. So far, I am 2 for 2 for getting an instant escape from battle. And it looks like only Cornet can escape. Okay. And you don't get XP if you escape. Alright. Let's see if we can get another fight with the slimes. Because also another thing to consider is even if the instant kill move, that's a thing, but maybe it's not guaranteed to land. There's another consideration. Oh, okay, so you can fail to escape. All right, so now we know that that's a possibility. And let's see if you get another opportunity to use the command. So let's just end the turn. Okay, so you do get another opportunity to run again if you need to. Okay. All right. Science. Meta candy. So far, drops from battles are rare. I'm just gonna assume that that was just a really rare spawn that we got. All right, let's press on. Stairs down. Is this where we came in from? All right, birds. You get some. Dang. He's like 10 levels below Terra and already hits harder. Okay. All right. Kicked Eagle's ass so hard it joined our party. Got him. Okay, so yeah, that did loop around. So this might be... Oh, no. No. Oh, okay. So this thing was in the forest outside the first town in the game, and every time we talked to it, it would disappear after playing like a jingle. Sure. The Heartstones. So we need to summon Captain Planet in order to... Oh, God. Sure. All right. Ah, we can go across the suspension bridge now. No here from the first floor. Okay. Oh, that must be her grandfather. Yeah, what a long story. Resurrect the ancient weapon. Is the ancient weapon Cornet? It must be. This is an anime game. Sure. Oh. All right, time for a cat fight. Okay. All right, I want to go back to Wizard Room here. And hopefully this is a teleporter. Okay. Ladgam, Messenger of Fate, the God of Darkness. Okay. I did. 5 stones, water stone. Okay. So the first stone is probably... So this is Marjoli, the big bad, and then on the left here is the prince who's been turned to stone.
Slave, more beautiful than the goddess. I put her face to shame. Oh, look at me, what do you see? There's no one greater than me. I am the queen, the best you've seen, so worship me. Your Highness, Marjorie, we worship you as number one. Oh, yes, I am evil personified, so get down on your knees. And if you're ever graced by my beauty, you'll thank your lucky stars. Aren't I great? I'm amazing myself all the time. There is one thing that I still have to get. I won't rest till he's mine, Prince Ferdinando.
Don't you know you're old enough to be his mother?
Hey, you shut up! My heart is burning, overheating with a raging fire. The prince I do admire, he fills me with desire. Dear Ferdinando, I am here to save you from this curse. Let his love quench my thirst. My precious, wait a little longer, I will end your strife. I'll bring you back to life, I'll be your wicked wife. Dear Ferdinando, I am here to save you from this curse. Let your love quench my thirst.
Quench your thirst.
If you dare to get in my way,
We'll make you pay.
you won't live another day.
Queenie, just show your beauty. You're the baddest queen under the sun. Keep on shining, we'll keep on whining. She's our queen, she's the baddest to be seen. Marjorie, you're the evil beauty. We bow down to you eternally.
All right, that one was pretty good. That was probably one of the best ones so far. All right, we're 6 musical numbers down and like 20 more to go. A sure out of 10. Okay, rate that one out of 10. We got a sure out of 10. I give that one an 8. That one's an 8. 8 out of 10. That one is pretty good. All right. So now we're looking for looking for one of those stones. Cape Hope. So maybe the Cape has one of them? If I had to guess, Cape Hope probably has one of those stones, maybe? There is this teleporter thing in the middle. Is this... Do we have to put all the jewels here at the end of Alundra to open up the final dungeon? 'Cause that's certainly what this looks like. Oh, this is probably where we have to place the jewels. Because we're getting 5 jewels and there's 5 of those things, and then we probably put the prince here and it changes it back to normal, I'm guessing. So probably nothing we could do there yet. So I guess we're going here then. Oh, what else? Diablo 2 and Warcraft 3. Huh. Interesting. Do you have a permit? No. Can't let me pass. My cornet? No. Oh. Well, I could have walked past them anyways, but... Sure. Get to Oasis to find the prince. Alright, well there's... That's a drawbridge, not a suspension bridge. West is Red Hot. Alright, I guess we're going to Red Hot. A dragon. Sure. That's a dragon and 2 birds. Alright, let's see if this works consistently. Because if it is, then holy hell, this is so OP. Alright, let's see. It is! Oh my god! That's so stupid! Oh, I love that. Okay. All right, we're keeping him in the party permanently, I guess, because sure, I'll take an instant kill move. That so far has worked every single time. All right. Yes, keep making that sound. Oh god. My name is Gailiasukolin Yu. Guanji. Guanji works too. Sure. Yeah, as if this game wasn't easy enough, they just straight up give you a completely broken ability this early. Though I know Tell is an optional character, I guess. You have to get him in one of the dungeons early on, but still. Man, that's crazy. Alright, so here's another town that looks almost identical to all the other ones, except they have red roofs here. Guanji went to get the Firestone. Okay, so that's where the Firestone is at least. Alright. Let's see how many of this useless currency we can get. Because so far, actually buying things has not proven to be a thing in this game. Like, maybe I can afford some really cool accessories later in the game, because I'm just not buying anything. Whoop. Enjoy your stay here. He had money, he was holding out on me. And candy. Guanji holding out on me here. This little girl is going to loot your house because you said you had nothing for us. The Toad is there's Toad again? Sure. Mountains, okay, that must be Witch Lady. All right. Full spider webs. All right, let's keep that right next to the bed. What a great place to keep our vase full of spiders. Oh my god. All right. What does 12? Okay. What kind of crap can we buy here? Healing stuff, which I'll probably never use. We have 5 on hand. I should probably just buy healing stuff. Or okay. Or Medicoco. So if I have Tell in my party, and so he has 40 MP right now, so that's 2 casts of the instant kill. And if I give him Medicoco to keep his MP up, then we can just keep using the insta-kill ability on tough battles. So we'll get 6 of those. So we'll have 10 refills of his MP. And then this, sure, we'll use that to get out of dungeons. So I don't have to remember the way every time. Offense +5. Sure, we'll give 1 to tell. Okay. Alright, just as I was saying, I'm never going to buy anything in this game. I just bought a bunch of stuff. As you do. Yo, the frame rate really dips in this menu. Like, this is legit 20 FPS in this menu. And I know I could just stack a bunch of cat's paws here, because I'm pretty sure they do. You're not limited to one of each type. But, it's fine. Okay. And I guess it's nice that we have multiple flying party members now. So if there calls for an occasion in the game where we need to fly over something on the battlefield, we can. Fake oranges in the basket. Okay. Sure. Alright, so it sounds like we're just going to the mountain. No. Oh, okay. So that's probably what unlocks the world map waypoint for the next area. Okay. All right. So off to the volcano, I guess. Where there's 2 dragons. And If the game lets me, then I'm going to just use the one-shot ability on the bosses. Crodia. Okay. Sure. Is this going to be the same? Oh my god, it's this, but it's tinted red now. Wow. They really knocked themselves out here. Good lord. Examine that wall, see if there's... Okay. Yeah, I suppose so. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted. Oh, all right, Excalibur. If that's a one-shot ability as well, then can I check my abilities here? Like it's under special. Oh, it's just better than that. Okay. Like, I don't know. My feelings towards this game are very conflicted. But I'm sure I have plenty more game to go to figure out how I feel about this game. Okay, I started off going right. this is probably the boss, I'm guessing. Because the dungeons haven't been that big so far. Way first. Defense robe. Reduces physical damage by half. Okay. Let's put that on her because it's important we keep her alive. She's got all the buffs and all the other stuff. Like, otherwise I would keep Tell alive because he's got the one-shots, but we could always just revive him with Cornet. Alright, there's that sound again. Alright, this is the boss fight music. Let's see. Okay, well that's just the regular birds. Alright, sure, let's see if poison does anything in this game. I probably shouldn't be experimenting in a boss fight. But let's just see. Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna attack the boss because I'm just curious if this works or not. Okay. Alright, so this is a boss. We have the boss music going. If this works, then holy shit. Okay. It doesn't guarantee a landing. So that's something. But honestly, I could probably just hit the circle button here and do just as well. All right, let's try again. Maybe it doesn't work on bosses. Well, that was quite the boss anyways. All right. Oh, that's right. Okay, the more we use it, we skill up with it. And maybe it'll hit more the more we use it. Oh. Okay. Beware of dragons, but that's a falling rock sign. Sure. Okay. Oh. Okay, so does... Yeah, this doesn't say anything about skill level 2 or anything. Weird. Okay. Yep, that's a huge egg. I guess gotta warp out. Or just try to leave. Maybe there'll be a scene at the exit to this area. Yeah, I guess might as well just warp out. Maybe there's something at the entrance. Leave this way? No? Okay, there's a cutscene here. There it is again. Okay, maybe at the mayor's house. All right, the mayor's not here. Okay, maybe back here. Okay, there was also the scene here. Wait, it puts you on the right side of the screen? Oh, you have... That's weird. Okay, well, this is where we fought the other dragon before. Maybe I was supposed to talk to an NPC in Red Hot. Are there even less NPCs around now? What to slay the dragons? Okay. Going back to the volcano. Sure. Okay. So it... Oh my god. So I gotta backtrack all the way back up to where the egg was, probably. Oh god. Oh no. Okay. It was straightforward. And then shit, was it this way? Remember the way back up there? I made the mistake of tweeting about sports ball yesterday, and my Twitter notifications are just blowing up. Okay, this is clearly the wrong way. All right. I think it was left back here. And then... yeah, this way. This is the way. Alright. This way. Up. Yeah, it is just past here. This way. Yep. Alright, this better be... okay. Couldn't you have done this back at town? There better not be a timer on screen saying, hey, you need to find your way back out. Unless I can just warp. Oh, man. Nice. T for teen. Is this T for teen? No, this is E for everybody. Wow. They got away with that in an E for everybody game. Sure. All right, volcano's exploding. But we had to take the time to play our horn. Oh, perfect. All right, another opportunity to try out the insta-kill ability. Okay, here we go. All right, Bullseye, you got this. Dang it. Okay, let's do this. And then give him the Mega Meteor. Wait, I thought that was an AoE. Okay. All right. Might actually have to try here. Unless this lands. Yo! Okay, it does work on bosses. Oh, that is great. That is great. Holy shit. Couldn't we have just used that warp item? Our crimes against nature. We didn't kill the other dragon. That one's not on us. Oh. No. Oh, fine. Alright, free dragon. Oh, okay. Alright, we're gonna pay for our sins. Game, hopefully you didn't crash. Game has a soft reset, I think. Fuck. Well, rip 13 minutes of progress. All right, that's what we get for one-shotting the boss, I guess. All right. Well, at least now we know that that works, I suppose. Oh boy. Okay. And now I know the way up the mountain, but we get to do that whole sequence all over again. Great. Can't wait. And I'll save after we or just before we get to the dragon area, and then save it to a different slot. Oh boy. Great. And then my input monitor is going to be... Oh, it is still working. Fascinating. That's interesting that it didn't break. Huh. Alright. Kano, 526. Okay. What? So is the egg in here then? Egg's in there. Okay, so we need to warp out. Go back into town. We need to heal up. Probably just talk to this guy. We have to listen to that again. Okay. And then, just for good measure, let's talk to these NPCs. Found the prince yet? No. Dragons are gone. Okay. So now we'll head back up the mountain. Okay, so it was up and then left. Left. And then up this way. And then this one, you just want to take the north exits for most of it. Easy. Easy. Even my goldfish memory. No problem. Alright, so we'll save over this one. Okay. Alright, everything else is fine. Now that we got that, let's save again right here. I forgot that there's another opportunity to save. Okay. Alright. We're gonna one-shot the boss again. Alright. Get her. Dang it. Yeah, it's Mega Meteorite. That one. Well, I guess it isn't AoE. Maybe it's Meteor? Yeah, Meteor. I must have cast the wrong one last time. Wrong one. Wait, she doesn't... She has, like, no HP. Okay, maybe I shouldn't bother bullseyeing. Okay, maybe it wasn't such a big deal that I hit her with the bullseye. This is a really fight anyways. Really easy fight. Okay. So far, the metal slimes have been the most difficult thing. And I guess technically that scripted fight. Yeah, and over 9,000 overkill. Alright, also I think this time I'm going to go back into the cave before trying to go to the overworld. And maybe that'll... Wait, it didn't do that last time. Did it? What? Sure. Maybe that's why it crashed, because it didn't play that sample. Yeah, that's gotta be why. Okay. We got an Uwu dragon that tries to say purry. But it's too Uwu. Okay. So now what? We didn't unlock any new world map places, so... Must be something in here. Town's not going to last very long with the dry well. No, that's called kidnapping. That's just called kidnapping. Dialogue there. Only one house left with unique dialogue. How to operate the bridge? Sure. Don't you just lift it up? Turn on the 2nd and 6th switches. Alright, hold on. Bridge. Turn on 2nd and 6th switches from the top. Okay. Very important. Wait. Oh god. Okay. Oh god. There was more. I put my brain on autopilot because I thought that was done. Okay. Alright, bridge. Wait for sound. Turn them off. Okay, and then flip first, fifth, sixth. Oh god, it ate my input. Okay, good luck. Hopefully you have a good memory or you wrote it down. All right. So that's probably what we need to do this. First, start by moving the left cup. Now move it to the top. And then you wait. I'm sure that's how it goes. Okay. All right. Turn on 2nd and 6th from the top. Swing. Okay. Now turn them off. Okay. And then 1st, 5th, and 6th. Blink. What's that side?
The suspension bridge is down. Wow. It's about time.
Okay. We did it. Okay. Now is this bridge, I guess? There's also another one over here. Oh, it put down all the bridges. Okay. So where's this one go? There? Okay, so that's to Oasis. What about the other one? Do I have to do all that again? I don't. White Snow. Okay, so we unlocked White Snow and Oasis. Ice Temple. Okay. So it looks like the game gets a little bit more open-ended at this point. So we still don't have the Firestone, do we? Let's go to Oasis next. Sure. Yeah, none of those are suspension bridges. That is still true. Alright, let me check my key items to see if we got the... We should have the fire something. Fire, there we go. Okay, Firestone. Got it. Haven't found Jack. Picking my nose. Okay. So Rosen Queen, that's what's her face's father. Okay. Alright. So that was probably the trigger for the next thing. That's key, grandson. Okay, so we gotta find that guy's grandson. It's a Cape Hope. I think we've been to Cape Hope before. Yeah. God damn it, Etoile. Sent the grandson to report to Sir Rose. So he's probably back at the castle, I guess. Okay. Unless there's like another area opened up. Oh, okay. We lost music again. All right, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to save. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. All right. Oh, all right. Let's save. My poor PlayStation is falling apart, apparently. All right. So Mother Green is probably where they are. So Etoile's house is. Might be at the castle. Hillbilly, they have. Hillbilly? But yep, hold your peepos. Okay, maybe the hillbilly. Maybe the hillbilly is the person sent to talk to the queen? Now the minister's gone. So it sounds like Berg's. There might be something new over at Berg's restaurant again. But I don't see why we have to go back there again. Oh, God, okay. So we have to find Etoile's house to talk to her father. And I could have sworn her house was here in the capital city. But I don't remember. Like this is where the fan club was. No. Well, the prince was kidnapped, but his dumb contest is over. Well, maybe I do need to go to that restaurant again. Unless, like, this is... No, this is just a shop. I'll actually be kind of disappointed if the progression here is to go back to that restaurant again, because, man. Chef Berg, yeah, so Chef Berg was the... Man, I think I do need to go there. I think I do. And that is really disappointing. If this is actually where the progress is. So back to the Wonderwoods again. So it was just keep going left. At this whole area. Might as well just do this, even though this is like really crap XP. Might as well. Okay, this better not be a progression here. It is? Are you... A man from Oasis... Yeah, the man from Oasis is... Dude. And he just disappeared? What? Oh. Man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Like, they're getting too much mileage out of this restaurant. Like this. There's an entire world that they made for this game, but an unusually large amount of quest things are taking me to this random ass restaurant. Like maybe because this is the cat witch's hideout. Maybe that's why that building is so significant, but man, come on. All right, give me Cornet's turn second. I was just gonna run, but if there's only one left, might as well hit that circle button. Breathfire 2, I have no idea. Never played that game. Alright, just in case it crashes again. This has got me, like, paranoid now about the game crashing. Which is probably a PSIO issue, but, yep. So, yeah, either the final boss or, like, the optional super boss is in Cat Restaurant. Alright. So what do you bet that this underground mine area just looks like that standard cave, except I'm gonna say it is let's orange tinted this time rather than red. I'm gonna go with it's slightly more orange than the other ones. Let's see. Oh, it's not. It's a brand new area. Holy shit. What is this place? This looks completely unlike everything else. I am very surprised that they didn't just make this the standard. It's the standard ass dungeon's probably over there, but at least this is new. Oh, okay, all right. So I was half right. So it's orangish yellow, but it's the ruins one and not the mines. I was half right. Half right. Someone jumping on a bed. Town of Wiggle. All right. Let's get out of here. We can't. We're stuck here forever. Oh, we're swallowed by a worm? Alright, the spice must flow. Well, it just so happens I have some teleport gummy thing. Teleport items, but I only have 5. There's 6 of us here. Okay, that's next. Sure. Wouldn't, like, carbon dioxide poisoning be an issue there? Is this suddenly Fallout now? That's a pretty good sprite. At the same time, okay? Ho, 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 ho. Okay. Oh, oh! Alright, we got both variations. Nice. Alright, but this one's even more red than the volcano. Yeah, this is kind of one of the downsides of having a 2D game, is that it's a lot harder to make unique dungeons. Like, I think Diablo did it good with their approach, but that was a lot of work to do all that. But if you make something in 3D, Like, even the Grand Stream Saga can have more varied dungeons than this game does. Alright, so it seems the townspeople are not going to be of any help. Alright. So I guess we need to destroy all 3 hearts in the same turn. But that shouldn't be a big deal for my party. Alright. Giga Meteor. Okay. Skill level 2. Skill level 2 for somebody in some skill. What that is, I don't know. Alright. I'm going to use the tried and true Puri method of traversing dungeons. Okay, so this must be the central heart. Okay. Well, there's the heart, so... So it's not letting me do anything in there. Maybe you have to just do this until you get into a random battle with the heart? Unless this isn't the heart? I guess is also a possibility. Huh. Okay. So maybe now that we've entered the rooms with the hearts, maybe now something will happen in town, perhaps. Sanity gummy. All right. Oh. Okay. I wasn't planning on going back here just now, but this works out. Probably should have done this before I left. At least now I know where the heart is. Alright, time for another musical number, I guess.
Why am I always feeling down? Why am I always so afraid? Why? Why have I given up hope?
What is it you're afraid of?
know. It's okay, you can say I'm afraid to in the same way. I give up hope, I just can't cope, can't give my all much longer. You're not alone, so just hang on. You must try to be stronger. You can overcome life's ups and downs. You can turn your life around. That's the meaning of true courage. So please remember, don't you ever give up trying. Be courageous, keep on striving. Fly to the stars. You can have hope for tomorrow. So let's hold hands with one another. We can both take one step further. Dreams can come true. Find the hope that's deep inside. Find your strength that keeps your dreams alive.
Yeah. The right heart. Okay. Destroy it on the 6th turn? On the 6th turn. Well, not before, not after? So that song was called True Courage, by the way. And I'm going to give that one... That one is pretty good. That one... That song here. So True Courage, that one gets an 8 out of 10 from me. Evil Queen, also an 8 out of 10. By the way, we haven't heard Amphibian Paradise yet, so I don't know where that one is. So, but yeah, True Courage, 8 out of 10. And then what's the next song? The next song is just cornet only, and it's just called Thank You. So we'll get to that when we get to that, I guess. Okay, so by the 6th turn, kill heart. Okay, got it. All right, do I need to heal? Sure. I wonder what happens if you kill it before then. If it probably just makes you do the fight again. Or it just regenerates or something. It's actually going to be kind of difficult to try and keep my damage in check. Okay. So straight ahead. Using the tried and true patented Puri method of dungeon exploration. Just keep heading north until you can't anymore. Alright, so we're supposed to do this one. HP. actually had to heal for once. Okay, by turn 6. All right, we're on turn 1. Alright. Giga Meteor. Our heart. So hopefully this doesn't kill our heart. Okay. So it did 140-ish damage. Also, how do I know what turn number it is? So I guess I should count it by Cornet turns. So we're on turn 1. So I'm gonna... I think Tell does... Okay, well let's move Tell into position here. Okay, so this is turn 2 for Cornet. And we'll move her over here. Alright, this is turn 3 for Cornet. I never noticed that they have unique animations for not doing anything that turn. Because Cornet is sitting down and Tell is inside the egg now. Okay. Okay, this is turn 4 for Cornet. Oh! Okay. That thing has an attack, apparently. Okay, that was turn 5 for Cornet. No, the 2 in the upper right is the hello Ed, is the reward meter for playing her horn in fights. Okay. So yeah, this. So this is so there's currently 1 music note and a 2. The 2 is the level of the reward tier that we're on. So the reward is this. It's for these special attacks that you can do. And to unlock these, you have to play her horn with the horn command. And I believe it gives you 1 music note for every ally that is affected by the horn command. And you need 6 music notes, I think, to unlock each tier. I think that's how that works. Okay. So this is number 6 right there. So we should be good to kill the heart now. Right. Oh god. Alright, that should be it. They're Disney songs. Yeah, you actually just missed one. There are 26 full digital audio sing-along songs in this game. Did I do it? Was that too early? I counted. Well, so... In 6 moves? Oh, yeah, maybe it is... Well, if it is 6 moves... Then... Oh, good lord, do I have to go all the way back to town now? Yeah, if it's 6 moves total, then that's a lot different. Because, well, if it's 6 moves for everybody, then what if those frogs got to turn in? Like, there's 4 of those and the heart. Okay, so I have to go back into this one then. I guess I'm going back to town. What the hell? It's this way. Down. Shit, I'm lost. Well, we found this at least. Great. Oh yeah, and I finally won a round or a match of the Eye of Judgment. So I'm now officially done with the Eye of Judgment. Already been here, haven't I? Our international nightmare is now over. I'm not going to be streaming the Eye of Judgment anymore. You can all breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, so I'm assuming you have to talk to her again to start that all over again. Or maybe if that was how it was supposed to happen. On the 6th turn. Okay. It was a game, it sure was. It sure was. So, there's bonus content in that game, by the way. I don't know if you saw, but there's bonus content, and you can't see it unless you buy all the DLC, unless you buy the Set 3 DLC. Oh boy. So there might have even been like a making of the Eye of Judgment, but we'll never see it now. Okay, so this way, this way. Okay, so turn 6. Okay. Okay, so this is turn one. Turn one over. So if I land... Okay, I can't even use those unless I'm right up on them. Okay, that's not gonna be good. Okay, that's turn two. So the heart just had a turn. So I'm gonna say that's one turn for the heart. Okay, so that's turn 3 for my party complete. Alright, turn 4 for my party complete. Turn 5 completes. Or no, we're on turn 5. And then... Okay, if I just end her turn... So that's turn 2 for the heart. And we're on turn 6 for my party. And we should be able to just Giga Meteor the heart to kill it. So this is my party's turn 6. Heart is dead. Okay. Are we starting from turn 0 or something? Yeah, maybe the heart turn did count. What? Shit. How am I gonna do this then? At least we're getting good XP from this. If anything. So yeah, but it must be overall turns. Alright, later, Hidden. Have a good one. Kill it on the 6th turn. So she's not saying its 6th turn, she's saying the 6th turn. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do then is we're going to sub out Duke for Shart. And we're gonna have Shart all over, Shart rainbows all over the screen. And I think rainbow Sharts will solve our problem. Because the turn orders will be slightly different now. And yeah, that... Oh, God. And that should be what we need to make this work. Boy, I bet doing this part with, like, a Game Shark's super powerful party probably be really horrible. Because you wouldn't have a good way to like, not beat the boss and... Oh, God. Or if you're, like, super over-leveled for this or something. Which I might be, I don't know. Man, these things actually have a lot of HP. Okay. Learn to reel. Okay. Yeah, that's true. You could just end your turn early. Alright, what is reel? Shark keeping a reel. Recovers from confusion. Yeah, alright. Sure, that makes sense. Okay, so Mega Saint is the one that sharts. Oh no, Holy. Holy's the one you shart rainbows all over the screen. And that's one I'll have to use to do that. Alright. We're on turn 1. Currently turn 1. Alright, turn 2. Just stay there like that. Turn 3. Magic. Giga Meteor. Okay. Alright, so the heart had a turn. And now we've got Shart's turn. So this is turn 5. Okay. And then turn 6 is Tell, and Tell should be able to just kill here. Okay, so that was turn 6. Okay, maybe there's some other plot trigger that I'm missing. That was most definitely turn 6 though. Maybe it's like... Huh. Yeah, it is nice that we can get XP from this. It kind of sucks that we have to, but... Wait, this is new. Alright, we got a bromide out of this at least. Alright, illustration 4. Alright, not quite as good as the I'm with Stupid one that we got, but sure. There's Marjolie and crew. Sure. Lude, please. This isn't a bromide with exposed ankles like Lunar. This is an E for everyone family game. All right, perhaps it's a plot trigger that I missed. Oh God, NPCs, get out of the way. Oh my God. Okay. And we can't leave through that door. God. Why did they make it so that NPCs could block your way? Okay, maybe you have to talk to her and say no. Okay, so regardless of saying yes or no, she still goes. It's actually a longer text if you say no. It's longer by like 2 screens. Alright, what if I go to the one on the left? Alright, what if I go to the center one? Does this do anything different? Oh, okay. Yeah, Twal's kind of a bitch, but that's her character. She is most definitely the tsundere character in this game. If we're using the anime terms. Okay. So by at the 6th turn. So maybe I should wait until the 7th turn? I guess. Or maybe have the heart take 6 turns. So maybe I should only be counting how many turns the heart does. I don't think I did that last time. I counted cornet turns last time I did this. Either that or like maybe the horn has something to do with this. Alright, there's one turn for the heart. Alright, we'll hit it with the holy. No! Shit! Okay. What if that actually did it? Who knows? Okay, well that was unintentional. She did too much damage. Oh god. This part sucks. This part really sucks. This way. We're already super swole. Like, I don't know if you saw this earlier, Ed, but one of my characters, Tell here, has a skill that instantly kills an enemy, and it costs 20 MP to use, and it works on bosses. And it's like 50-50 chance to hit. So, yeah. Yep. So being swole or not kind of doesn't matter in this game, because you can just hit the circle button to have the game play itself. All right, get out of the way. Get out of the way. And if there's any fights that actually do pose, oh my god, pose a challenge, I can instantly kill with one shot. All right, kill it on the 6th turn. All right, maybe this time things will be different. Oh, shit. This game likes to eat inputs with the menu. And I'm not just saying that because it's messing up here. Like, it's legitimately... Of course. It's legitimately not taking all the D-pad inputs. Giga Meteorite. All right. We got that now, at least. Okay. Okay. All right. Resetting the counter. Wait, so they both have Giga Meteor now? Oh, Giga Meteorite. Okay, so that's a single target. All right, there's one turn for the hearts. So I just need to not attack the heart anymore. I do need to get Archer into position, though. Actually, there. Make sure he's in range. Okay. Okay. 2. 3. 4. 5. Okay, so the next time the heart gets a turn, we need to kill it. Okay, so there's 6 heart turns. Oh. Interesting. Okay. I thought I still had another round of party members. Okay. So I need to have my caster in position. Alright. That all makes sense now. Okay. Alright. Our nightmare's over now. We figured it out. We just gotta do this one more time. Fuck. Okay. I hit end turn on the the fight timed out automatically. Because I passed on a turn where I should have killed the heart. And it was my healer that was the one, or not the healer, the holy mage was the one that was supposed to deal the killing blow. But I thought I still had another round of party member turns before it would ostensibly time out or do something, which I didn't expect to happen. But now that I know that's how that goes, we should be able to do it this time. But I do need to keep track again of what turn we're on, and also keep my my casters and cornet kind of within range of the hearts, because if anybody but cornet gets their turn when it comes up, then I'll be able to do it. But cornet, you have to be really close in order to do anything. So yeah, no XP. Bummer. Okay. Alright, things will be different this time. Alright, so now we know it's the heart turns. Alright, and then Cornet, we're not even going to do anything with her. Okay, Giga Meteor on the hearts. Alright, there is one heart turned down. We need to move our caster into range to hit the heart with Holy. Okay, that'll do. Or actually, that my other caster would be fine too. Actually, no, it has to hit with Shart. We have to have Shart on the boss here. Okay, there's 2 turns to the heart. 3 turns. 4 turns. And yeah, it has to be Shart. Deals the killing blow here. 5 turns. Okay. Turn number 6, so this has to kill. And we can move her into range and then Mega Saints. Okay, that should be it. That should be it. And alright, our nightmare's over. Good lord. Main heart won't be that easy. Well, I have a one-shot ability, so it's probably going to be even easier. Okay. squall. Throwing some bullets their way. Okay. All right. Take a meteor. Huge damage. All right, we're gonna shart some rainbows all over him. Yeah, there's quite a bit of jiggle physics in this game. For this E for Everybody game. All right, are you ready for this? All right, let's see if this lands. Dang it. 12. Okay. Chart some more rainbows. Okay. All right. This is going to land at some point. Because look at all that HP. That's we've done about 400 damage to the heart, and it looks like it's got about 2,000 HP. That's okay. Like, I'm not in any danger. It looks like I'm losing to the heart. I'm mostly curious to see if this if that ability actually does work on bosses. All right. There it is. Oh, I love it that works on bosses. That's so good. All right, skill level 3 in something. Yeah, very balanced game. Yeah, this game does a lot of weird things with its gameplay systems. So the heart doesn't look any different, but we defeated it apparently. Some X accuracy. I'm not sure when we're gonna start our next Pokerman game. So we did Blue and we did Snap. So I guess the next logical one to do is Crystal. And probably gonna have to put up a poll at some point on what our starter is gonna be in Crystal. And I have actually no idea at all, none, zero, about any of the games post Red and Blue. So those will be completely blind to me. And yeah, if anyone missed it earlier, the next backlog game that we're doing is Shivers for Windows 95. It's a Myst-like game with extremely difficult puzzles. So that'll be the next one. Steel Battalion is still going to be in progress, but I currently have a bunch of stuff on my desk that I use for the controller. So Steel Battalion will have to wait for a little bit. So our quest here was we're looking for one of the stones, the magic stones or something, in this mine. And hopefully we get that from this. Gen 2 starter. Well, okay, let's see if I can remember off the top of my head. There's what, Cyndaquil? There's the thing that looks like a bean, except it has a leaf on it. And then there's Bootleg Squirtle. Those are the Gen 2 starters, right? Okay, are they all dead? Okay. Mostly accurate? Okay, I'll take it. Wait, we're back at the... This is the volcano. Oh, Wait. Isn't that the same starting... That starting area looked awful familiar. Yeah, they reused it, but they added a path here. That's what it was. Oh yeah, Cyndaquil, Chikorita, and Totodile, yep. Alright, let's save, because it's after the ordeal of the worm. Worm train. Okay. Alright. Use the Purry method here. Just keep going north until you can't anymore. Okay. Alright, find another bromide. Alright, get ready for sexy. Alright, sure. That's some anime. Is Kururu really that small? She's certainly a whole lot bigger in the game. But okay. Because here she's enormous. She's as large as Cornet is. That's a pretty good animation illustration. That was one of the better ones. Fire pig, to fire bear, grass dinosaur, or water crocodile. Well, I'll leave it up to the vote because I have no preference. No preference either way any of those. And I especially don't in the post red and blue ones because I have no idea what any of them even do. So no big deal. I guess I can pull Shart back out again. We don't need multiple casters. All right, Shart back on the bench. Let's put Duke back in. Totodile does not learn tackle, well, geez. Well, strike that option from the list then, I guess. No tackle, no bueno. Yeah. Alright, we got 2,500 of this currency that we'll never use. god, this one's turning into an actual maze. Warrior's Charm. They all kind of get hit equally, so I guess whoever has the least HP. Sure. There you go. Alright. I'm gonna have to start paying attention to this maze now, because it's, Okay. Good. The Puri method worked. We did it. Yes. Oh. Oh. Alright. Alright, have a good walk, Ed. Okay. So just hang out there for Bullseye. Dang, that one's almost dead already. Okay. So I was playing the boss music for these, but looking at their oh, okay. Looking at how much HP they have, I don't think this should be that big of a deal. Especially like that. Alright. What a boss fight. Okay. Alright. That's the Windstone. Okay, so we got what we came here for. So we got 2 out of the... Escape, please. Oh, God. Oh, I don't want to do this fight. Okay. Especially if it's gonna petrify my party. Okay, let's just warp out of here, I guess. The one thing that's worth buying in the shops, apparently, is the teleporter. Okay. So we're done with Oasis now, apparently. Might as well get some more teleporters while we're here. sell them here. Interesting. Restores max HP. Alright. Recovers from philanthropy? Isn't... Huh. So that's different from the... Huh. Weird. Okay. Alright, so this is the next area. I'm gonna see if I can put those seals here in Cape Hope. So we have 2 out of the 5 thing. Okay, so you just can't yet, I guess. Not a big deal. Alright, so it was... Yeah, so we had the Firestone, Windstone. There's 3 other stones we need to get. Alright, so the teleporters were from... here, I think? Blue Cat? So those, extremely useful. Let's get more of those. Okay. Alright. So Ice Village is next. That was here. Alright, Ice Temple. White Snow, Bridge in the Lake. Okay. Alright, so I am guessing for this. This is the mine level template, except it's slightly blue, like light blue. Hey Gator, who am I rooting for in the Super Bowl? Neither? Nobody, I guess? Because I stopped caring about football a while ago. Years ago. So none of the above. I can't even remember the last time I watched the Super Bowl. And I was right about the color palette and the layout here. This game is so predictable. Okay. Oh, dang it. All right. Got an illustration at least. Okay. Sure. Some more hot cartoons. Alright, now I gotta remember which turns I already took here. So this should go all the way back to the staircase. There's probably another party member I can get in this dungeon, because that's kind of been the case for most of the dungeons, is most of them have a party member in them. But, man, at this point, I'm not even sure I need more party members, because my current crew is just so good. Okay. So I think I came from the south there. difficult dungeon. Alright, White Snow. So the game crashed on me earlier and almost crashed again after that. So I'm gonna be extra cautious with saving in this game. Snow. What? Wait a second. Are they dunking on themselves? This is White Snow, a town filled with snow. Enjoy the world of snow. Nope, this is what happens when you do a direct translation. Your poster, yes. Okay. Oh, yo. Okay, we got the third one. Yep, good old Atlas. Maybe they're firing shots at Working Designs, maybe? Got the third Egg Brother. We can roll with an all Egg Brothers team, I guess. Though we really only just need Tell because he's got a one-shot ability. Okay, and this one's a caster. Okay. Billy. No relation to Billy Hatcher. Also on the backlog. Top floor of the Tower of Ninetail. The Thunderstone. Okay. Help for a master. Okay, so that's the guy I need to talk to about getting in the tower where the thing is. Alright, apparently there's another plot trigger we have to do before we can get that guy to help us. That is quite the bear run. Steamrolled bear. Alright, lady. Hold on while I ransack your house. While you're gravely ill. Okay, there's your money, I'll take it. There's your Midi Coco, I'll take it. Mine now. Okay. Free strawberry kiss. Oh. Help. Help. Okay. So maybe the tower unlocked? Elixir Ball is probably an AoE max heal. Intelligence 20. 12k. That might be worth it for a caster. God, it seems like we're getting endgame items already. With like AoE max heals on the whole party. Okay, maybe this guy's got new dialogue. Nope. Okay, so I'm hoping that the Nine Tails Tower got unlocked out here. It did. Okay. All right. All right, I think I'll substitute in the new Egg Brother just to get some levels on him and see what he's got. How do I like the game so far? It's okay. It's got some difficulty problems in that it's too easy, even playing on normal difficulty. But I like the simplistic story. I think the music is great. I like the pixel art. There's a lot of personality that they put into the sprite art in this game. And they didn't overdo it on the length of the battles like can sometimes happen in strategy RPGs. Okay, this one battle took an hour. All right, now on to the next one. I think that's not really a thing in this one, which I enjoy. So they certainly kept it simple on this one, and yeah, I think it's so far fine. Oh man. Well, we already doomed another town by killing the dragons, so it's time to doom another one by killing the Nine Tails here. That's him here. A werewolf. That werewolf is probably one of Marjorie's witches. So not the cat one, not the raven one, but the one with the dog tail. Sure. Okay. Wait, I thought we were climbing a mountain. And out the tower. Is this a musical number?
Mountain man, big and strong and full of fury. Mountain God, lead us on our holy journey. Yokobo, we are soldiers of the mountain. Mountain man, big and strong and always shouting. Mountain man, big and strong and full of fury. Mountain God, lead us on our holy journey. Yo-ho-ho, we are soldiers of the mountain. Mountain men, big and strong and always shouting.
Okay, so that track there, that hot track was Mountain Men's song. And that one... That one is a 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10 for Mountain Men's song. Not great. Not great.
Mountain
4.
men, big and strong
4.
and full of fury.
4 out of 10.
Mountain God,
4 out of 10.
lead us on.
Hopefully it doesn't play that for the whole dungeon. Okay, thank God. You can stop it by going to the menu. Alright. Save here, and then we'll attack the tower. Alright. I still have a level 1 mage in my party. This must be the teleport up, or not? Oh my God. Good thing. Get him, Billy. All right. You did your best, Billy. Okay. Level 2, 3. Fire heal? Okay. Is Billy a healer? Okay, starts with fire, and then fire heal is restore HP? Sure, that checks out. Looks of candy, okay. And more stairs up. Interesting. So there's 2 sets of upward stairs here. They do the exact same thing every time. They say I. Okay. Atlas production managers. Oh man. Brave Heat. Make a charm. Okay. Yeah, this is Brave Heat too. Increases offense. Alright, so far I'm not impressed with Billy's spellbook here. I think I might pull Billy from my party here because I have a feeling we're getting close to the boss. We might as well put Duke back in. Yep. Good choice, me. Oh. Alright, just clips through the wall. There are 15 tails here, not 9. Guardian, it's just the palette swap. At what cost? Exactly. Yes. All right. Come get some. All right. Let's see if we can get the one shot here. Dang. That didn't. Oh, God. Alright. Enemies starting to be slightly more powerful than before. Alright, Bullseye, get him. Wait, oh, okay. This boss doesn't actually have that much HP, so probably shouldn't bother bullseyeing. Alright. Cornic got the killing blow. Of course she did. Alright, we killed a god. We've doomed the world. Wait, don't take the Thunderstone. That's mine. All right. Yes. Got it. Mission accomplished. We can save the prince now. All right, no biggie. Oh man, that'll really makes me wonder if there's like a bad ending path that we're now stuck on. Like you get all the way up until like the last chapter of the game, and then it says, haha, you can't beat the game now because you've murdered everything in your path to save the prince, and he no longer wants to be saved or something. I could see something like that happening. Okay, so we have 3 stones now. Maybe Ancient Forest has one of the stones? And maybe the Tower of Wisdom? I guess we can talk to the wizard again. Maybe he knows where the other ones are. I'm not actually sure where the other stones would be. Waterstone. Okay, so we have the Firestone, the Thunderstone, Fire, Thunder, Earth. So we need water and wind. Water and wind. So maybe water would be that that dungeon that I thought was like an optional super boss dungeon. Like this. So Ancient Forest. Maybe that's one of them. And then wind. Shit, I have no idea. Maybe like here? If we ever get there? Alright, let's go back to Cape Hope first. Will this let me do anything with these? So it still doesn't let me interact with these. So, Ancient Forest, haven't explored fully yet. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to blindly... blindly go through this place, but this is... Huh. Well, why not both, Prism? Could be both. Okay. So yeah, I'm still not sure what the purpose of this area even is. And these are my level enemies? Okay, maybe they are. Huh. But there isn't any obvious place on the map that we haven't really been to yet, besides this, really. And there's no place that really jumps out at me as a good place for the Windstone or the Waterstone. There is that cave by the river in the early part of the game. There's also that dumbass restaurant again as well. And talking to the wizard didn't help at all. Huh. Tell got something. Sure. Wasn't actually expecting to get anything more on Tell. Multi-arrow. Alright. So we got... So Tell has an AoE now and an instant kill move. That's, that is a pretty good character. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Ed. Probably both. Uh-oh. They can cast Meteor, that's actually... a little, unsettling. I think they're... Wait, am I back at the start? Oh, shit. Is this... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, it's a good thing I have those teleporter things. Oh my god. So I came from the north room. And that stairs up. We want stairs down. Okay, the enemies definitely are getting more and more beefy. But I'm still not sure that this is a story dungeon or not. Like this whole area just seems like an optional super boss dungeon or something. Because this has been here since pretty much the start of the game. But unfortunately, we've kind of run out of other places to go. I really don't want to go back to that restaurant. But I might actually have to go back to that restaurant. Okay, I guess I haven't been here yet. Interesting. So maybe I do need to take the stairs up from the east room. I guess I probably could have taken the opportunity here to level up the wizard egg, but probably too late now. Oh boy. Alright, so we came from the south. So that only leaves west. Huh. Yeah, must be a. We got an energy guide. Why can't I? What? Hello? We got something called an energy guide, right? Am I? Am I that tired? Did I? It said energy guide, right? Bit. What? Okay. I think we're done with this dungeon anyways, so sure. Let's pull the chute on this dungeon. Dang. I guess we're going back to here and back to the. So either the monster cave or that restaurant again. Because I'm kind of fresh out of ideas as to where to go from here. Maybe the manual can. Alright, so judging from the song list, so we already did Mountain Men's song. So the song after Mountain Men's song is Amazing Pirates. Okay. Alright. Maybe we can infer from that we need to get on the pirate ship. So we haven't interacted with the pirates at all, and they are in Blue Cat, and they were on the second screen here in that the screen marked as do not enter or something. It was in this house. Oh, it's also, if anybody missed this earlier, so this game was released in May of 2000. So this was released after The Phantom Menace came out. So keep that in mind when you read this text. Also, Kero Kero might be where we need to go. Waterstone, okay. Went down on a ship called Whale, but oh, okay, Waterstone. All right. There we go. Hang out with pirates. Okay, cool. Well, that's the manual actually helped out here. All right, so this is the pirate bar, but there's nobody in there. South, yep. I've already been there. Infamous white whale pirates. Okay. All right, so the hidden pirate ship underground was over here, and it was down here. Okay, so this is likely our spot for progress, and we'll save at the start of the dungeon in case it crashes. Alright, we can use the Puri method here of dungeon exploration. Keep going north until you can't anymore. Easy. Oh. Well. We know where the ship is, at least. Okay. So I just happened to luck into the only path that takes you through this area. But, hey, the Purry method works. It never fails. Alright, so let's see if there's any more treasure in the eastern path here. And if not, then have to likely either talk to the pirates at the port or go to the bar that they mentioned, or or talk to the other NPCs around town. Skip. Is there really no treasure in this? Wow. So the only thing of note here I found immediately. Okay. Alright. Nice dungeon. Okay. Alright, same dialogue with that guy. So there's female pirates somewhere, apparently. Alright, that's the shop. Okay. Okay. Yes. Pirate ship. Okay. Dave one of the hat. Oh. Dave. I don't know her name though. Okay. Well, we found our progress there. Okay. All right. So I needed to do that before we could do this. All right. Straight to here. Okay. And we will save here. And oh, it's another Erdgerd path. This one is different though. All right, we'll save here and call it for tonight. We made a whole lot more progress here in Rhapsody, and I don't know. I'm getting the feeling we might be getting towards the end of the game here, but I don't know. I haven't even looked up like a walkthrough table of contents to see if we are or not. So I don't know. I'm completely in the dark on this one. But yeah, that'll do it for tonight. So we finished up the Eye of Judgment. That certainly was a game. Finally won a hand in that, so we're done with that one. Rhapsody continues. We're 8 hours in, and I'm sure it will probably last another 6, maybe? I don't, judging on how quickly things are going now. Let's see. Steel Battalion will continue in the future, but probably not in the near future because I'm currently using the desk that the game's on right now. So the next backlog project is going to be Shivers for the PC. So if you've never seen that one before, it is a Myst clone essentially, or a Myst-like. So here's the back of the box. It's a Windows 95 game. And they just straight up tells you, yo, runs on Win95. T for teen, what darkness conceals, terror reveals. It is a Myst-like, and there are very difficult puzzles in it. And the best part about the puzzles is that a walkthrough will not help you because the puzzles are randomized. So they are straight up like logic puzzles, but they are extremely difficult. And oh boy, it's that's gonna be quite difficult. So yeah, I had a hell of a time with it when I played it when it came out. The last time I played it was like 1999, I want to say, and I couldn't figure out like half the puzzles. And I am no smarter now, so probably gonna be just as difficult for me. If you want an example of how difficult the puzzles can be. So if you're familiar with Chinese checkers, where you have rows of marbles and you need to hop the marbles one by one to remove them from the board. One of the puzzles is that, except it's like a 40 by 40 board. So that should give you an example of how difficult the puzzles are like, and most of the puzzles are like that. So yeah, it'll certainly be a challenge. But yeah, that's something that we will start in the next stream, whenever that is. And yeah, hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Have a good one. Bye.